Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup Finals 2017. Brought to you by Juice TV through our sponsors Blue Waters, Short-Time Medical, Hotel Four Seasons, KLAS Sports ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, Powerade, Pure National Ice, Ready TV. JDF made 244, giving Melbourne 141 runs to make before they're able to set another score. Melbourne, in reply, are at 124 for the loss of 3 wickets. With at the wicket currently is Andre McCarthy. He's not out on 21. Javel Glenn is his partner. He's not out on 9. So far for the Soldiers, Leonard Leverage has bowled 3 overs for no runs, 3 overs for no wickets for 37 runs. Leslie bowled 5 overs for 45 runs, getting only 1 wicket. Gray, he bowled 1 over for 15 runs. And Palmer bowled 3 overs for 23 runs, getting 2 wickets. Your umpires today are Christopher Taylor and Edson Mitchell. Your commentators is yours truly, Sean Johnson and Kerry Scott. We are down by SABINA Park. A very lovely day for cricket. The stands are filling up nicely with patrons. The Kingston Cricket Club, as usual, with its usual set of people. Again, we're taking up action from the commentary box end. Joseph Palmer, the right-arm off-spinner, he is bowling to the left-handed Javel Glenn. Down the other end is the right-handed Andre McCarthy, waiting to take strike. The scores, as we said, 124 for 3. 1 session has gone so far. 2 sessions to go. A very interesting game ahead. And we are now just about to start. Waiting on the spinner to bowl. Setting the field is the captain, Damian Gray. Here is Palmer in to bowl to Glenn. And Glenn is pushing this ball in the point region, and they have gone for a single. The fielders, a deep square leg in Rashid Attar, a deep mid-wicket, a deep long on in Renard Leverage. Man, they're positioned at mid-wicket. A man on the offside at cover, a deep point, and a deep cover, and a long off. A very wide and defensive field set by JDF. On strike now is Andre McCarthy, the right-handed batsman. He's facing up to Joseph Palmer, the man who took 5 wickets in the first innings for JDF. He's bowling a right arm over the wicket, and a very good bowling by him this morning, looking to restrict the Melbourne batsmen. However, he wasn't all that successful in terms of restricting them. He, however, got 2 very important wickets, those of Tariq White and Stephen Taylor. Here is Palmer. He is into bowl to McCarthy, and this delivery is short and wide, and McCarthy is back and cutting down to the point region and takes a single. McCarthy moves on to 22. The score is now 125 for the loss of 3. Melbourne were going great guns in the last session. Their run rate was 10.33. Let's see if they will continue in the same vein. Here is Palmer, is to Glenn, and Glenn is forcing this one in the cover region. Cover is deep, and therefore the single is easily taken. Melbourne, they are looking to take all opportunities. Quick singles, running hard between the wickets, and scoring at a very healthy run rate of 10.3. The run rate is now currently at 9.95, and that's because these two have pushed only singles for this over thus far. Here is Palmer into bowl to McCarthy, and it's wide outside the off stump, and signal wide by umpire Edson Mitchell. The extras moves up to 14. The score moves up to 127. 3 wickets still have only been lost by this Melbourne team, and the deficit now is down to, in the teens now, actually 14 runs. And this ball is hitting up in the air, edges off the bat and going down to third man. The catch is not able to be taken. A single is the result. The score moves up to 128 for the loss of 3. A wide delivery again by Palmer. McCarthy had to chase it He only succeeded in getting a single down to third man. Here is Palmer into bowl to Glenn, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump, and Glenn easily turns it down to the man in the third man region and runs a single. That's the end of the over. 129 runs for 3 wickets, 5 runs scored off that over. Palmer now has bowled 4 overs for 28 runs, taking 2 wickets. Glenn is not out on 11 from 17 deliveries. He has been at the wicket for 25 minutes. McCarthy is 23 from 13. He has been at the wicket for 21 minutes, and the partnership between the two is worth 39 runs. There have been 14 extras in this innings so far. 13 overs have been bowled, and Melbourne certainly looking now to push on and make something of this game. The bowling coming from the George Headley stand then is Renard Leverage. He's taking up the attack, a very widely spread field by the JDF Captain Gray. He has a third man along on, a deep backward point for Glenn, a man on the cover boundary, a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket and a square leg. Here is Leverage into bowl to Glenn, and this ball is on the line of the leg stump and taken on the pad. The ball runs out into the square leg region where the keeper runs around to do the fielding, and a single is taken. The score moves now to 129 for the loss of 3 wickets. The lead goes down to 12, and very good going here by the Melbourne team, looking to secure this deficit of 141 and then give, I would say, in the region of 150 runs to this JDF team to see if they can get it in the last session. And Melbourne will certainly be looking with their spinners to get 10 wickets in the last session. Welcome back, Kerry Scott.
Thank you. So Leverage comes up, and this ball is beating Andre McCarthy outside the off stump. He had a big flail at it, and by signal by umpire Taylor, as it wasn't collected cleanly by wicketkeeper Rohan Chang. Chang has had a very difficult second time around at wicketkeeping here, and the score now moves to 130 for the loss of 3 wickets, and we're in over number 14 of this second innings. Runs have been coming abundantly. Here's Leverage. This ball is short, and Glenn is pulling it away. They go through for a single. They come back for an easy second. Again, as I said earlier, Sean, Javel Glenn is not very good with the short balls. There we saw again him attempting to pull. The ball came off the top half of the bat and squirted out into the onside. Leverage had to run around and field. Leverage is not in any hurry at all to get back to his mark, and I think that is one of the mistakes that I think the Jamaica Defence Force team made when they came out to bowl at Melbourne, that they allowed Melbourne to hurry them up, and they didn't take their time. Here is Renard Leverage to bowl to Glenn, and Glenn is whipping this one away into the onside. The man at square leg comes across and fields, sends a looping throw back in, and a single taken. Score now moves to 133, a loss of 3.
Rotating the strike here are the Melbourne batsmen. They are now 133 for the loss of 3. McCarthy is on strike. He is on 23. Glenn is on 14 from 19 deliveries. And Leverage is again running into both McCarthy. Here is Leverage as he comes up to the crease and delivers. And this ball is short on McCarthy's back and hitting this one high and hard out of the ground. It goes into the stands now for 6 runs, being signaled by Christopher Taylor. That was a ball that was there for the taking. McCarthy had no hesitation in swinging it away for 6. The score now goes up to 139. A very good batting, very good stroke there played by McCarthy.
I think, again, I'm really disappointed with what I've seen here today from Renard Leverage. I'm really and truly not impressed with what I've seen here today. Here he is to bowl to Andre McCarthy. This ball is on the line of the off stump, and McCarthy tries to hit it through the onside, but he closed the face there, and it went down to the man at long on, and that's the end of another over, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Javel Glenn and Andre McCarthy. Took them some 35 deliveries to get there, and in 25 minutes. So they really have rushed to 50, this partnership. We saw on the back of the wicket of Stephen Taylor, we thought that the scoring rate would have slowed down. It has slowed down just a tad bit, but it still is a very healthy run rate. And Melbourne, they're really and truly fighting back in this game, giving themselves an outside chance to try and win this game. It's not going to be very easy, but I'm sure they will try as hard as possible. They'll make a valiant attempt to try and get there.
Again, here's Palmer to take up the attack from the commentary box end. He is bowling to the right-handed McCarthy, who has shown that he is here to score some runs, and this ball is pulling this one in the long on the onside, and they've gone for one. Some good feeling there from the fielder running around from the long on boundary, who has restricted them to only a single. Stroke there played uppishly from Andre McCarthy. He was trying to hit this one also for 6. He went across to his off stump and took that delivery that was bowled wide outside the off stump by Palmer and hit it into the mid-wicket, straightest mid-wicket region. Here is Palmer to Glenn, and this delivery is pushing in the onside, and they go off for an easy single again. Lots of space in the 30-yard circle for these gentlemen to take the singles.
And interestingly, Sean, the Melbourne team, they are now 142 for the loss of 3, which means that they're 1 run ahead. And that means that the JDF team will have to bat again. Here is Joseph Palmer to bowl to McCarthy, who's hitting this one high and hard, over long on and into the stands just about now. And that's 6 runs. 6 more runs to Andre McCarthy, and he rushes up to 37 from just 19 deliveries. And Sean, we could see JDF having to bat again before tea, but Andre McCarthy really climbed into that one, and he hit it way over the head of the man in the second row of the north stand. And here is Joseph Palmer to bowl to McCarthy. McCarthy's pulling this one away in the air, and that's 6 more. This one has gone even further than the one before. That brings back-to-back 6 from Andre McCarthy, and he's really and truly closing the angles on Joseph Palmer. What he's doing is walking across his off stump, closing the angle, and Palmer is really and truly not being able to get it right. I think right about now, what Palmer needs to do is try to get some of those deliveries full in length. Here he is again, a full-length delivery, driven down the ground to the man at long on. That's the only delivery that Palmer has bowled full length, and McCarthy could not go under it, and a no ball called. So a no ball call by umpire Edsel Mitchell, and the score now moves to 154 for the loss of 3 wickets, and we're in over number 15. So the run rate now shoots back up to 10.52. At the beginning of this over, it was 9.98. And here is Glenn hitting this one down the ground powerfully, and this one will go all the way for 4. Joseph Palmer is being taken to the sword in this over. Bang, bang, 6 and 6. Then came in the left-hander. Then the left-hander came on strike. Javel Glenn, bang, all the way along the ground, past the right hand of Joseph Palmer. The man at long off and long on had absolutely no chance. And that brings the score now to 158 for the loss of 3. Here is Palmer. And this one is, swept away neatly. And they go through for a single. And a leg by called by umpire Mitchell. And it sees the end of over number 16. And the score now moves to 161 for the loss of 3 wickets. And this Melbourne team, they're really fighting back here.
Right, and that carries the lead now to 20 runs. In a jiffy, Kerry Scott, the partnership is going 71 runs. This over went for 21 runs. 11 runs last over went for. And that means they've gotten 32 runs in the last 2 overs, these 2 batsmen, making no qualms about what the mood is in the Melbourne camp. They are scoring at a run rate of 10.73, and that has brought about a change in the bowling for the JDF team. A very deep field again set. Javel Glenn is the man on strike. He's on 20 from 22 deliveries. McCarthy has marched on quickly, rushed to 44 from 21. He has been there for 31 minutes, and Glenn has been there for 35 minutes. So you want to make note that the Melbourne 150 came up off 91 balls in just 77 minutes. And the partnership between Glenn and McCarthy of 50 runs came up in 35 balls. Now, Glenn is facing what seems to be Brown, the left-arm spinner. Comes up and bowls, and Glenn is forcing this delivery down to the long-on region, and he will get 1. Brown is introduced for his first over of the day. He's bowling left arm over the wicket to Glenn, but he has now changed to a left arm around the wicket to McCarthy. There are some other adjustments in the field. There's a cover and a mid-wicket, and a man that what seems to be a deepish slip, almost a fly slip. This ball is worked in the mid-wicket region by McCarthy, who trots off for a single.
Again, Sean, I'm, as I said before, I'm very disappointed with what I've seen what I've seen today from Ronald Leverage. I think that he bowled extremely bad areas. Here is Shamari Brown to bowl to Glenn, and Glenn is hitting this one in the air. This could be a catch, and it is taken. Glenn goes, caught off the bowling of Shamari Brown, and Damian Gray, the captain, takes the catch. A very good piece of bowling. And that brings to the end the partnership between Javel Glenn and Andre McCarthy. That partnership valued 73 runs and a very timely wicket for this Jamaica Defence Force team. I think what this has done now, it has pretty much set back Melbourne a bit, because Glenn was a very good foil for Andre McCarthy. He was picking up the singles, and they were able to, the partnership was able to motor on. With his departure, it brings Sadiki Bolt to the crease, and Andre McCarthy will be on strike to the left-arm spin of Shamari Brown. I think, though, that Shamari Brown was introduced into the attack a little bit too late. But again, one would say that they would have wanted to give their big fast bowler Leverage an opportunity to try and pull things back. He didn't do very well at that, so they had to resort to giving the left arm spin Shamari Brown an opportunity to pull things back. That he has done. So right away, the feelers are all spread out once more. As I said, Andre McCarthy's on strike. He's on 45. He's been there now for some 33 minutes. Faced 22 deliveries. And the right-handed batsman, the diminutive batsman, Andre McCarthy, face up to the left-arm spin of Shamari Brown. This ball is cut into the offside. They go through for 1. They think about the second, and they'll come back and get it very easily, as that fielder coming off the cover boundary. He did very poorly. He fell over that ball. He got himself in a tangle, and they went through for an easy 2-run. And the score now moves to 165 for the loss of 4 wickets. Here is Shamari Brown to bowl to McCarthy, and McCarthy's playing forward. Can't score, as the keeper is on that ball like a flash on the offside, and there's no run. Both doing some stretches here. Effectively,
Melbourne are 24 for the loss of 4, so they would want to consolidate somewhat and look to get the singles as they rotate the strike and collect any bad deliveries that are being offered.
And he's bowling. Andre McCarthy goes bowled by Shamari Brown. Melbourne has lost their 5th wicket. I said it, Sean, that Andre McCarthy must be the danger man, that they'd want to get out. I said it. Shamari Brown, that the captain of JDF, he waited a little bit too long to introduce Shamari Brown into the attack.
And that was a very good delivery. A poor shot there by Andre McCarthy. The ball was delivered just on about the middle and off stump. He went for that hike over mid-wicket and completely missed. Was beaten by a turn. And now Melbourne in a spot of bother at 164 for the loss of 4 wickets. 165 for the loss of 4 wickets.
5 wickets. 5 wickets.
5 wickets, effectively 24 runs ahead. And we see Leverage taking his run up down at the commentary box end. Is this a sign of a change of ends? We're not too sure, but we'll eventually find out. Coming to the crease is what seems to be Nepal Watson.
Yes, it's
Nepal
Watson.
Watson, the wicket keeper for Melbourne. 2 new men at the crease. And immediately the pace bowler Leverage is brought on. Yesterday we saw where Bolt was dismissed by a short delivery from the fast bowler. And is this another strategy? We see the JDF players hovering around Bolt. He is the famed brother of Usain St. Leo Bolt. We see if he is as good at cricket as his brother is good at track and field.
Well, that is left to be seen. I know he's a very competent player. He's done himself very well. He's acquitted himself very well in the local scenes. But I'm sure he'd want to have an outstanding performance here first team. Didn't happen in the first innings. Here he is facing up against Renard Leverage. And this one is short and it's pulled away in the air. Oh, and it goes through the hands of the man at the long on boundary and it goes so far. A poor bit of work there by the man at long on. He came in, tried to take a diving catch, and it went straight through his hands, and it crashed into the fence of 4. And again, I think, Sean, I'm not so convinced with that particular strategy that the JDF employed. So the score now moves to 171 for the loss of 5 wickets. Here is Renard Leverage to bowl to Sadiki Bolt. And this ball is short, and Bolt is pulling away from the wicketkeeper. And the man at fine leg comes across and dives, and an excellent bit of work from him. He stops what would have been a short boundary. The throw comes in. This could be a run-out attempt. And they get back for the second. A brilliant bit of work from the man at fine leg. And he really stopped what would have been a short 4 there. Another poor ball there by Renard Leverage, Sean. That ball was aimed down the leg side. It was short. It gave Bolt absolutely no challenge at all. He got enough bat on it to get it past the outstretched left glove of wicketkeeper Rohan Chang. And the throw came in. The score now moves to 173 for the loss of 5. Renard Leverage to Bolt. And Bolt is turning this one into the onside. And the man at mid-wicket, he lets it go by to the man at long on. And they go through for a single, which brings the score now up to 174 for the loss of 5.
That's right. And now Nepal is about to face up. And we really have not seen a good display of bowling here in the second innings by Leverage. He has missed his lengths, and you could see that Bolt was camping out on the back foot, waiting on those 2 short deliveries which he got. And then Leverage followed up with a full toss, which I'm sure Bolt was also waiting on. Leverage has to vary his lengths more effectively to get these out. Now he's into Watson, and this delivery, Watson is back and playing another short ball. It wasn't as short as it could have been, and easily played by the batsman Watson. He's there on naught. Bolt has gone up to 7. The scoreboard has it incorrectly that Leslie is the man bowling, but it is indeed Renard Leverage. The figures for Leslie, though, they won't be correct, but the board man has to get that. The scoreboard has to get that changed, Kerry.
Get yourself under control, Mr. Scorer. Get yourself under control.
Again, here is Leverage running in from the commentary box end to both to Watson. And this ball is full, and Watson drives comfortably down to the man at long off. They go through for a single, easily taken, and Watson is off the mark. The score goes to 176 for the loss of 5 wickets. And at that score, Melbourne is leading by 35 runs, effectively 5 wickets down. And Jamaica defense force now feel that they are very much in with a chance of winning this match outright.
Here is Renard Leverage to Bolt. And one believes, I'm sure Bolt will be looking for another short one, which he does get, and he pulls away. This could be a catch. No, it won't. It is 4 runs. The man who was supposed to have been on the square leg boundary, he was some 10 meters in from the fence. if he had been where he had started, if he had been right back on the fence, that would have been a very easy catch to him. In so doing, a 4 has been another boundary, must be credited to, will be credited to Bolt. And the score now moves to 179 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Very unfortunate for Renard Leverage. 2 chances in that over to get the same man off 2 short balls. He has seemed to be susceptible to the short balls. However, he is in no mood to be playing defensively Bolt. He has attacked every single short ball that has been delivered to him and hit them for either boundaries, or he has gotten 2 runs for that one that went down to fine leg. The plan here by Bolt is to attack. The plan by Leverage is to bowl him very short deliveries. I'm not sure if it is working out either way for both people. And we see again Brown taking up the attack from the George Headley end. He's bowling to Watson. Watson, the batsman who did fairly well in the Melbourne, in the JDF first innings at keeping wicket. He is right-handed and facing up. Brown is bowling left arm around the wicket. He is up and bowls, and Watson is back and pushing and trying to get this thing, and he's almost run out. There was a throw coming in. The keeper did not collect that delivery. Watson had to scramble to get back to get into his ground, and a very good feeling there of his own bowling is Brown did. Watson really looking to push and rotate the strike. Bolt was in no mood to run. Let's see what Watson has to do with this second delivery. Here is Brown in, and Watson is pushing this one into the mid-wicket region, straight to the man there. And there is no run. Gray is the man in that mid-wicket region doing the fielding. Here is Brown again to bowl to the man Watson. And Brown is in and bowls, and Watson is back and pushing defensively. However, he is able to get a single that is quickly taken by Bolt. This will be Bolt's first action of some spin bowling. And he is taking his guard now, being given by umpire Christopher Taylor. There is a man at mid-wicket, a man at deep mid-wicket, also a man at long on, a deep backward square, a man at fly slip, halfway down to the boundary, about 30 yards from the boundary. A cover, a deep point, and a man at long off. And this ball is hitting down to the man at long off. He'll come around to try to stop it, but he will be unsuccessful. A very good shot there by Bolt. He's in a no-nonsense mood today. 4 more runs added to the total. A very good shot there. That delivery was up there for the taking from Brown. Very bad spot. Bolt picked his spot, however, and dispatched it comfortably for 4. The score moves up to 184 for 5. Bolt goes up to 15. He has only faced 5 deliveries. Watson is there on 2. Leverage has bowled so far 5 overs for 59 runs. Brown is in his second over. He has gotten 2 wickets for 9 runs. Here is Brown to Bolt, and Bolt is forward and in defense and pushes up back to the bowler, who does the fielding, rubs his hand in the dirt. Apparently he is having sweaty palms. I'm sure he's trying to get some extra grip to that ball. Here is Brown to Bolt. Bolt is forward and playing defensively, pushing into the point region, and they get a single easily. Melbourne moves up to 185 for the loss of 5. And that brings the end to the over. A very good over there by Brown, except for the one boundary ball that was hit by Sadiki Bolt. He is now gone to 16, and Watson is on 2.
So, again, I think Melbourne, they're doing a fairly decent job here. They're still trying to keep the scoring rate going. It has not fallen under 10 runs since the start. And we're seeing a change in bowling. Renard Leverage, he'll be rested. And we'll see now the off-spin, part-time off-spin of Rashid Ottar. Used to bowl a little bit of off-spin in his early days with Kensington. He really and truly started to bat, and then after that, the off-spin disappeared. Here he is, though. He'll be bowling to Sadiki Bolt. And this ball is short and pulled away into the onside. They go through for 1. Bolt is quick, and he goes through, but Watson Does not go back for the second. The score now moves to 186 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Bolt played that ball very skillfully into the onside. That brings Nepal Watson into strike to face the part-time off spin of Rashid Ottar. Umpire Edsel Mitchell gives Watson his guard. The field has been spread for the most part of this innings. In fact, for all the overs in this innings. Here is Ottar to bowl to Nepal Watson. And Watson is forward. Push this one into the offside. He goes through for a quick single, and they'll get it. A poor piece of throw there from the wicketkeeper. And they go through for a second run, and they'll think about a third. Poor piece of work there from Captain Damian Gray. He came down, and he sent a poor throw back to the wicketkeeper, who couldn't mop up. And that adds another single to the score. It's now 188 for the loss of 5 wickets. The man who was on the point boundary, he's now inserted at regular point. Here is Ottar, this ball back of a length. Nepal Watson trying to turn it into the onside, but he only succeeds in getting it back down the pitch to Ottar, and there's no run scored. They must be trying to bowl majority of their deliveries to Watson. Here is Watson, turn this one into the onside. They go through for 1. They'll think about the second. Will they be coming back for the second? Yes, they will. The throw comes in at non-striker's end, and it's a poor throw. They go through for the second. Will they get the third? Yes, they will. Poor piece of backing up there from both Captain Damian Gray and the man who was on the long-off boundary. So 3 more runs added to the total. It's now 191 for the loss of 5. Umpire Mitchell just reminding the batsman, Watson, to stay clear of the danger area. Here is Rashid Ottar at the top of his mark to bowl to Siddiqui Bolt. This ball is flat and Bolt is turning behind square. They go through for 1. And they'll come back for the second, a very easy second. Will they think about the third? No, they won't. The throw comes in now. It's a pretty decent throw. 1 bounce into the wicketkeeper's glove. They settle for 2. Score moves to 193 for 5. And that moves Siddiqui Bolt up to 19. He has been there now just 14 minutes. He's faced 9 deliveries. Here is Ottar to Bolt. And Bolt is looking to turn this one away. And he misses. And well taken by wicketkeeper Chang. And that brings an end to over number 19. At the end of it, the Melbourne team, they're 193 for the loss of 5 wickets. And they remember the lead for Melbourne at this point in time is 52. And I'm sure the Jamaica Defence Force team would want to get that to under 100. Wouldn't want to be chasing anything more than 120.
That would be very tricky in this last session, and what would be certainly not a full 2 sessions for the JDF, as we are now in the second session of today's play. They will want to slow the scoring rate down, but Melbourne are in no mood to be slowing down. They have lost wickets, but they are still pressing on at 193 for 5, a lead of 52 runs. They'll certainly want to squeeze this lead up to 100 and then possibly to 150. They'll be doing it in quick time, as the run rate suggests, a constant run rate of 10 and over. Right now, Bolt is there on 19. He has only faced 10 deliveries. And Watson is there on 7. He has faced 8 deliveries. The partnership thus far is 26. 18 extras have been bowled so far. 193 is the score is. A lead of 52. 5 more wickets for the Army men to get. And as much runs as possible, this Melbourne team would like to put on the board. Here is Brown from the George Headley end to bowl to Watson. And Watson is pushing this ball not with any power behind it, and it's easily fielded by the man coming in from cover, who seems to be Rashid Ottar. There's a mid-wicket in Damian Gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 men on the boundary. Here is Brown into bowl to Watson. And Watson's turning this in the mid-wicket area and running off quickly down the pitch. He gets a quick single. That carries him up to 9 and the score to 194 for the loss of 5 wickets. Brown has so far bowled 2.2 overs for 11 runs with 2 very important wickets. Attar's a single over went for 8 runs. Here is Brown to Bolt, and Bolt is pushing this ball into the gully region where there is no run. Well fielded there by the man coming in from point. A very easy stroke, a very easy day, a very sunny and good cool breeze coming in from downtown Kingston. Here is Bolt back and pushes this ball into the Mickey region. They're taken off for a single. The throw comes in from Captain Damon Gray. It was a wayward throw, and therefore no troubles at the end for Bolt. He has crossed into the 20s. He's now 20 from 11 deliveries, 17 minutes at the crease, and he has a problem with his laces, so he has asked umpire Christopher Taylor to do the work for him in getting the laces back together. Nepal sits at the other end and waits. There is a scattering of fans in the George Headley stand. You know, they are sitting and watching keenly to see what will happen in this contest. Here's Brown to both to Watson. Watson's back and pushing this one in the offside. Will they get a run? Yes, they get a run easily. Watson now goes up to 9. The score moves up to 195. The bowling figures thus far: Leverage has bowled 5 overs for 53. Leslie 5 overs for 45 runs, 1 wicket. Gray has bowled 1 over for 15 runs. Palmer 5 overs for 49 runs, 2 wickets. Brown has bowled 2 overs thus far for 2 wickets with 14 runs to his name. Attar, the single over for 8 runs. Very good over there in terms of keeping the scoring rate down. There were no boundaries scored. However, Melbourne's batsmen still turning the strike over. Watson is looking to push the singles, and also is Bolt. They have a clear plan, and they are working towards it. The attack, we see Attar and Gray in discussion. Attar is still the bowler. He's giving his cap now to umpire Edson Mitchell. 198 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So the lead is 57. Here is Attar. This one is back, and Bolt punches it down to the man at long on, and they go through for a single. The score now moves to 199 for the loss of 5. Rashid Attar in his second over. I'm sure he would not have done a lot of bowling all season long. He's needed here today, though. That brings Nepal Watson into strike. And Attar at the top of his mark to bowl to Nepal Watson. And Watson is back and looking to turn this one. Oh, this could be a run out. No, a poor piece of work again by the Jamaica Defence Force team. There was Bolt stranded some quarter way down the pitch. And the man who was at short mid-wicket, he made a hash of it. Oh, my Lord. The score now moves to 200. And that 200 is coming up 126 balls. And he's taking Melbourne just 102 minutes. Bolt is pulling this one away into the mid-wicket region. They go through for 1. They'll think about the second. Will they come back for it? Yes, they will. The throw comes in at the non-strikers end. It's weak 1. And they get it comfortably. But that was an opportunity missed by Joseph Palmer. There was Bolt stranded down the pitch. All Palmer had to do was to toss the ball into the hands of the bowler. He missed totally. He threw at the stumps, missed, and gave an additional run. Here is Bolt trying to hit this one down the ground at full length. A very good delivery by Rashid Attar. And he can't score. The score now moves. The score stays at 202 for 5. Here is Attar. This ball is back of a length and steered down to the man at the deep point region. They go through for an easy single. Moves the score to 203 for the loss of 5. And with that, Sadiki Bolt moves to 25. He's only faced 16 deliveries. He's been there now some 21 minutes. Nepal Watson is into strike. He has 11 to his name. He's faced 13 deliveries, been there 17 minutes. Here is Rashid Attar to bowl to Nepal Watson's driving off the outside edge. Will they get 4 for it? They go through for 1. The ball now hits the ropes, and yes, a very important boundary there for Nepal Watson. And the score now moves to 207 for the loss of 5 wickets. At the end of that over from Rashid Attar, which was his second. And Melbourne, they're marching on here. They're fighting back. The lead is 61. And I think 65 is the lead. And they're really trying desperately to get themselves back into this game.
Yes, I want to say that Bolt has taken a drink of some type of refreshment. He's certainly been motoring on. He is 25 from 16 deliveries. Watson is 14 from 14, and the lead has now gone to 67. And Melbourne would want to set a target score of roughly about 150 runs and give themselves enough time to at least attempt to bowl out JDF this evening. This game will certainly go down to the wire. Here is Brown. He's taking up the attack again from the George Headley stand end. And he's bowling to Watson, who are not to Bolt, who is waiting on the field to be set by Damian Gray. Here is Brown now. He's into Bolt, and Bolt is back and playing this one with soft hands down to this slip area. He runs off for the single. A direct throw comes in, hits it, the wicket, and umpire Edson Mitchell signals not out. Nepal was way down and in the crease a long time before that throw came in. So therefore, Bolt adds a single to his score. He's now 26. He's now 26, and the score is 207 for 5. Here is Brown. Bolt is signaling to the changing room for a change of glove. Right, and Brown is waiting on Watson to get ready. Watson now takes guard and takes his strike. Here is Brown to Watson, and Watson is pushing this one into the outside and hearing off for a single. The man from point he rushes in, and no run is taken. He's saying to Bolt, you know, we should have taken that single, but I don't think any run was on there. Here is Brown to Bolt to Watson, and this delivery, Watson is back and pushing into the offside. There's no run scored. Watson, this far, looking pretty compact and with his technique. Bolt has also looked compact. They're both looking to push on the score. 207 for 5 the score is. Here's Brown into Watson. Watson is taken on the pad, taken in the groin area. He is trying to shake it off by going down to the square leg region. We know how difficult that pain can be at times. Really taking a hit on the box area and the groin area from that delivery from Brown. Again, there are 4 men on the leg side, 5 men on the offside, and Brown, who is bowling. Brown now bowls to Watson, who pushes this one into the offside region. Again, no run scored. JDF looking to slow the run rate of the Melbourne team, and with Nepal, they seem to be able to do that, although he has scored 14 runs thus far of 18 deliveries. With him is Bolt, who has scored 26 from 17. 207 for 5 Melbourne in their second innings. Here is Nepal, and he pushes this one straight back to Brown, who does the fielding off his own bowling. That brings the over to an end. The score is 207 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Melbourne are trying to set the JDF a target. The lead is 66. 18 extras have been allotted in that total. Bolt is on 26. He has only faced 17 deliveries. Watson is on 14. He has faced 19 deliveries. The partnership is 41. And the JDF at 10 minutes to 2 p.m. local time are looking to get these last few wickets and chase less than 100 runs to win this JCA Senior Cup Finals 2017. This has been brought to you by Juice TV through our sponsors, Blue Waters, Short Time Medical, Power Aid, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLS, ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, and the Jamaica Cricket Association. Our umpires today are Edson Mitchell, he is at the commentary box end, and Christopher Taylor, who is at the George Headley stand end. The batsman at the wicket, Sadiq Bolt, brother of Usain St. Leo Bolt, and Nepal Watson. Here is the man Rashid Attar to bowl. He is in, and Bolt is trying to turn this one on the onside. He's unsuccessful in getting a run. Watson wanted the run, but there was really no run there. The man, Joseph Palmer, in the mid-wicket region doing the fielding. Again, is Attar to Bolt, and this one is a faster delivery where Bolt turns down the leg side, and a run is taken. The feeling done there by the man coming around from the square leg, deep square leg boundary. The score goes up now to 208 for the loss of 5. Bolt moves on to 27. A very good batting there by the man Bolt, who was out for 1 in the first innings. Here is Attar. He's into Watson. Watson's forward and pushing up to the cover region where there is no run scored. Some good bowling here by Attar. The run rate for Melbourne has fallen to 9.24. Attar is into Watson. Watson is turning this one in the mid-wicket region and scampering off for a single. A very good running here between the wicket, between these two men from Melbourne. Are pushing the total ahead. Now 209. And the lead is up to 68. Here is Attar into Bolt, and Bolt is back and pushing defensively into the mid-wicket region. There is no run scored. The JDF, they have a man at cover, a man at deep backward square who is not on the boundary, but certainly not close in. Attar is in and Bolt to Bolt, who is pushing this ball down to long on. He will get a run. There's a misfield by the fielder coming in off the boundary, but they won't take a second run. Attar receives his cap from the umpires, who have walked over to meet to have some sort of discussion. Melbourne, they are currently 210 for the loss of 5, trying to give JDF some sort of lead, some sort of target for them to have enough time to make an attempt at bowling out JDF this evening and winning the game. The first innings went to JDF after bowling out Melbourne for 103. They stood up and batted and got 244 runs and a lead of 141. Melbourne, however, in return, quick fired and got now to 210 for 5 in 23 overs, with some shots all over the ground being played by Trevon Griffith. He was out for 43. Tariq White, he was out for 28. Stephen Taylor, he was stumped, bowled by Joseph Palmer for 10. Javel Glenn, he was caught by Damien Gray of Siobhan Brown for 21. McCarthy was bowled by Brown as well for 47. And at the wicket, we have Bolt, who is not out on 29, and Watson, who is not out on 15. 211 for 5 is the score here at Sabina Park. In this, the final of the Jamaica Cricket Association's Senior Cup. Brown, he has the attack again from the George at the end. Damon Gray making some changes in the field. The man from fine leg has come up. That's Leonard Leverage to a square leg position. Here is Brown to bowl to Watson, and this ball Watson's fires heave-ho and misses completely. Let's see what the signal will be coming from umpire Christopher Taylor. There is no signal, so it's clear there was a bat in play. Nepal runs a single. He, however, takes to the ground and seems to be in some sort of discomfort. Not sure what the problem is. He is tapping away on his leg. Let's give you an update so far. What has happened this morning? Melbourne was bowled out JDF for 244 runs. The partnership between Attar and Palmer, there were partnerships between between Leslie and Chang, and there were partnerships between Chang and Siobhan Brown. Now, it seems that Nepal is okay. The physio did not have to come on to the field, and he is now up. Again, Brown is bowling to Bolt, who plays defensively back down the pitch for Brown to come around and collect. We'll look, today is a bright sunny day, bright sunny Sunday afternoon. The JDF, who were leading this game from the start, are now in some sort of bother trying to get Melbourne all out before they have a sizable lead. Brown is in the middle of his spell, and Bolt was trying to use his feet. He lost his footing and, ended up sliding along the turf. He was, however, able to keep out the ball. Here is Brown again to Bolt, and Bolt is forward and pushing this ball with enough power behind it to get a single. The ball trickles down to long on, where fast bowler Leslie does the fielding. That brings the over to an end. 212 is the score. 213 is the score. 5 wickets down. Bolt moves to 30, and Watson is on 16. They are the not-out batsmen.
And the lead now goes up to 72 as Rashid Attar prepares to bowl to Siddiqui Bolt. And Siddiqui Bolt, he's on 30. He's been there now some 31 minutes, 25 deliveries. He is faced for his 30. Now Paul Watson, who had a little bit of cramp middle of the last over. He's up and moving well now. He's on 16. He's played a very good supporting role. Here is Attar to start his 4th over. Here he is to bowl to Siddiqui Bolt, and Bolt is back and whipping this one into the onside. They think about the first run, and the ball comes in and misses the stumps. And Paul Watson is again in some amount of problems with his leg. He took off very quickly for that single, and the JDF team, they're not very happy with the work of Joseph Palmer a while ago. It was a run-out opportunity on hand if he had thrown the ball into the hands of the bowler. Here is Attar to Bolt, and Bolt is hitting this one into the onside, a thick inner half of the bat, and it runs to the man at that short fine leg region, and they go through for a single. The score now moves to 214 for the loss of 5, lead of 73 for Melbourne. So effectively there are 73 for the loss of 5. And as I said earlier, I'm sure JDF would want to wrap up this innings in very short order. Melbourne, however, they're making a fight of this one. Here is Attar to bowl to Watson. Watson is back and pushing this one back down the pitch to Attar. Attar feels to his own bowling. He's done a pretty decent job, Attar. His 3.3 overs so far has gone for 21. Here he is to Paul Watson. He's forward. This ball goes back down the pitch to Attar. Can't score. The score remains at 214 for 5. Run rate of 8.68. Here is Attar. This ball is flighted in, and it seems as though may have been a little nick there as it went through past the outside edge. The wicketkeeper Chang, he fumbled it, but there was no feeling of a missed opportunity. Here is Attar to bowl to Watson, and Watson is edging and caught. He missed the one before. This one, it hit the outside edge. A very good catch taken by wicketkeeper Rohan Chang. Melbourne, they've lost their 6th wicket, and the score is now 214 for the loss of 6 wickets. Rashid Attar, he claims his 1st wicket, and the lead remains at 73 at the end of over number 25. Or is it over number 26? So back goes Paul Watson. He goes for 16. And the incoming batsman is Captain Nikita Miller.
Very good bowling there by Attar, who kept the deliveries on the line of the off stump. He saw that there was a deficiency with Watson, who could not really score off those balls that were on and about outside the off stump region, about that 5th or 6th stump. Watson chased the delivery before. He was having problems running. He was doing all sorts of things on pitch, and one could sense that the inevitable was nigh. He edged that delivery, was gladly taken by the wicketkeeper Chang, and the 6th wicket has gone down. The lead is 73. Bolt is still there on 31. Incoming is Captain Nikita Miller. He'll be looking to push on as well. No mug with the bat, Nikita Miller. He has done some steady work with the Jamaican Scorpions. Although the chief wicket taker and captain, he is also able to score runs. He has shown that he is adept at playing these innings every now and then. I'm sure JDF would not want him to stick around too long to assist Bolt with getting any runs. Again, the field set by Gray. There's a deep backward point, a deep mid-wicket, a man at long on and man at long off. A deep cover on the boundary. Here is Brown to Bolt, and Bolt is forward and playing defensively. There's no run scored. There is a man at orthodox point and cover, and a man that is fly slip about 30 yards away from the batsman. Here is Brown, the left-arm spinner, into Bolt, and Bolt is turning this one in the air who cannot score. The ball is fielded and thrown in quickly to prevent any runs from being taken. 214 for the loss of 6 wickets. Melbourne in reply to 244 made by JDF this morning. Here is Brown to Bolt, and Bolt is back again and cutting and unable to score. Untidy fielding there by who seems to be Joseph Palmer, but in the end, no run scored. Again, Bolt is trying to create some room from this left-arm spinner, Brown, who has done well since his introduction. He has bowled 5.3 overs for 19 runs. And now this delivery is aimed on the line of the leg stump, and Bolt turns it down the leg side, and keeper Chang, he had to run around quickly and do the fielding. 1 run taken and 215 for 6. The score is now, Bolt moves up to a decent 32 from 30 deliveries.
I think it was a leg by, signal by.
It was a leg by, signaled by umpire Taylor. Oh yes, the scoreboard has corrected, and now he is back to 31. Here is Brown now to Bolt to Nikita Miller, the new man, and Miller is forward and quickly runs off for the single. The ball is being fielded, but by the time, Bolt was in a flash, less than 9.5 down the 22 yards. I'm sure his brother would be impressed with the running. Hope Bolt is watching wherever he is. Should be heading off to the World Championships now. Quite so. Again, Gray is in discussion with his bowler, Brown. Gray moves around to a very straightish mid-arm position. Here is Bolt to his back and punches through the cover region and takes off a 1. The man comes off the cover boundary to do the fielding. There is only 1 run taken. A poor throw, very poor throw that could have resulted in further runs being taken. However, Brown was in no mood to let that ball pass him and put his body behind it and stop the ball from passing. The bowling figures thus far: Leverage 5 overs for 59 runs. Leslie 5 overs, 45 runs, 1 wicket. Gray has bowled 1 over for 15. Palmer 5 overs, 49 runs for 2 wickets. He was really treated harshly by the batsman McCarthy. Brown has bowled 6 overs for 21 runs for his 2 wickets. Tar has bowled 4 overs for 21 runs, who just got the wicket of Watson.
And Rashid Attar, he will do badly against Siddiqui Bolt. Siddiqui Bolt is there on 31, and he has progressed steadily. And he has also progressed the cause of Melbourne steadily. Here is Attar to Bolt, and Bolt is turning this one into the onside. He can't get a single. As Joseph Palmer, he comes in very quickly, and he prevents them from getting a single. Here is Attar. Has done a pretty decent job so far. Here he is to Bolt, and Bolt is back and hitting this one. 1 bounce into the fence just about now, right over the head of the bowler. That's a very good shot by young Siddiqui Bolt. That ball was back of a length, and he came back deep into his crease and hit it straight over the head of the bowler. And the score now moves to 218 for the loss of 6 wickets. And here is Attar to Bolt, and Bolt is back and pulling this one into the onside. They think about the single, but Joseph Palmer does some great work to prevent it from happening. And the score stays on 218 for 6. Nikita Miller, he's there on 1. Here is Attar to Bolt, who's forward, turn this one into the onside. And Joseph Palmer does the work again. Remember, the lead is 77. So effectively the score is 77 for 6. Here is Attar to Bolt, who is gone. Bolt is bowled off the bowling of Rashid Attar. And that, I believe, is going to be a very significant blow for Melbourne. Siddiqui Bolt, he was really starting to look good. And he has gone out-stumped of the bowling of Rashid Attar. That delivery didn't spin at all. He was fooled by it. The ball was pitched on the line of the off-stump. He thought it would have spun back at him a little bit. It went through with the arm, and the wicketkeeper, Rohan Chang, did the rest. by whipping off the bails in a flash. Both didn't bother to look back. Neither did the umpire decide to show him the dreaded finger. He knew that he was gone, and he did the honorable thing. So the score is 222 for the loss of 7 wickets. And remember, this after the JDF got a lead of 141, which means the lead that Melbourne has is 77. And Rashid Attar, he has done extremely well since being introduced into the attack. He has done his team proud.
Lead is actually 81.
81. Thank you, mathematician. Here is Attar to bowl to the incoming batsman, who is Christopher Lamont, who turns this one behind square. They go through for one. They'll come back for the second. Lamont is he's not known for his batting, but he does try to attack the bowling. And the score now goes to 224 for the loss of 7 wickets. Christopher Lamont, he's on 2. He has just joined. Nikita Miller is captain. And the lead now goes to 83. And remember, Melbourne only has 3 more wickets left. And I'm sure the Jamaica Defence Force team would want to strangle them to ensure that this lead doesn't move past 100.
That's right, Kerry Scott. And Brown, the left-arm spinner, is coming now to bowl and is right into the tail now of Melbourne's batting. And a very good job here done by the Jamaica Defence Force. Runs were being scored, but they are always chipping away at the wickets. And now Nikita Miller is up to face strike from Brown. Here is Brown to Miller, and Miller is back and cutting and unable to score. That ball went in the point region and was capably fielded by what seems to be captain. Let's see what Nikita Miller is waiting on Brown. Here is Brown to bowl to Miller, and Miller is going down for the sweep shot and misses. That was a slug sweep, looking to hit that ball far over by the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard region, but he was unable to do so and missed. There was not an appeal, as that delivery was not able to go on to hit the stumps. So the fielders didn't ask the captain, the umpire. Oh my, that ball almost bowled Nikita Miller. Very good bowling here by Brown. Stumping inquisition by the keeper Chang. Nothing said by umpire Edson Mitchell. And again, very dangerous batting here by Nikita Miller. He needs to focus more on the delivery and not just be swinging for the hills. Here's Brown into Miller, and Miller is swinging this one straight down the boundary. Will he get forward? There's a dive around by the fielder coming around from long on. He saves a certain boundary. 2 runs, the only result. A very good feeling there by the man at long on, running around and putting in the dive. Stopped what seemed to be a certain boundary off the bat of Nikita Miller. Brown here, 6.4 overs for 23 runs, doing well. He has picked up 2 wickets. He's picked up the wicket of McCarthy and Glenn. Now Nikita Miller is on strike. Here is Brown coming to bowl, and Brown is to Miller. Miller is playing defensively, not able to score. Brown does the feeling of his own bowling. Again, the Captain Gray is clapping his feelers, probably now feeling that, the end is nigh. Another 3 wickets, and they will be having a bat, JDF. Melbourne will certainly be looking to do whatever they can with the runs that they have scored. Again, another quick single is taken by Miller, and Christopher Lamont is quick to answer, and he is called. Again, the Melbourne team looking to score off every opportunity given.
Indeed, and Nikita Miller was off like a flash. You don't see that very often with him. He's a very nonchalant player, but he really understands the game very well, and he knows the importance of him being there, and he knows the importance of Christopher Lamont supporting the cause. Rashid Attar, however, he will continue to bowl his 6th over. He's bowled 5 overs so far for 26, and he has picked up 2 wickets in that effort. Here he is. at the top of his mark, bowling to Nikita Miller. And a slight adjustment being made in the field. The man at backward square leg going a little bit more behind square, and this one is turned into the onside by Nikita Miller. Goes straight to Joseph Palmer, who has done a lot of work right there in that short mid-wicket region since Rashid Attar has come into the attack. Attar, top of his mark, to bowl to Miller. And this one is full in length, and Miller misses. Ball cannons into his pads. And the wicketkeeper, Rohan Chang, hustles from behind the stumps to ensure that no run is scored. And the score stays at 226 for 7. Here is Rashid Attar to bowl to Miller. And Miller is looking to pull this one into the onside. They go through for a single. The man comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he ensures that it's only a single. Nikita Miller was looking to get after that one. Now brings Christopher Lamont into strike. And Christopher Lamont, I'm sure, will want to try and get after this bowling. Here is Rashid Attar to bowl to Lamont, and Lamont is forward, and they're going through for a quick single. This could be dangerous. The throw is poor. Another poor throw by the captain, Damien Gray. Nikita Miller was struggling there. The throw was high, and wicketkeeper Chang could not get to it in time to bring it down to the stumps, and the score now moves to 228 for 7, a lead of 87. Here is Attar to bowl to Miller, who's turned this one to the man at point. They go through for a single, and it's fumbled. And again, another poor bit of work by the Jamaica Defence Force team. They've been really poor this innings. And
with
the score now,
in fielding.
That's right. And they've moved out to 229 for 7. Here is Attar to bowl to Christopher Lamont, and Lamont is driving to the man at cover, and that brings to the end another over, and at the end of that over, the score is 230 for the loss of 7 wickets, and the score now gives Melbourne an opportunity, 89 runs lead Melbourne, and I'm sure they want to get a little bit more to really and truly test the mettle of this JDF batting.
At the crease is the captain, Nikita Miller. He's on 6 from 12 deliveries. With him is his fellow left-arm spinner, Christopher Lamont. Lamont on 4 from 3 deliveries. And continuing is Shamari Brown. He is bowling from the George Headley stand end. Wanted a bit of information. Shamari Brown is a former student of St. Thomas Technical High. Very good left-arm bowler here. Has really kept the batting of the Melbourne team to limited in some respects. Again, he is bowling to Nikita Miller. Left arm round the wicket, and he is up and delivers, and Nikita is back and forcing this one into the covers. Running off was Christopher Lamont, and quickly sent back by Miller. Miller again making room for himself on that off side, leg side, trying to make more room on the off stump, but not successful. Here again is this left arm spinner Brown, who bowls this delivery into the leg stump. A run is taken by Miller, who seemed to get a bit of pad on that delivery. A leg by is signaled by umpire Christopher Taylor. Again, we want to say thank you to for Juice TV for bringing us this live stream from the Sabina Park Cricket Ground of the Jamaica Cricket Association's Senior Cup Cricket Final. We have 2 teams there, very big contenders, heavyweights in the categories of cricket for the Jamaica franchise. JDF, multiple time winners, and Melbourne, also multiple time winners, battling it out here this Sunday afternoon. Brown again is into both Lamont, who is taken on the pad. A loud appeal goes up. Christopher Taylor, very good umpire, he says not out. That delivery somewhat was angled into the leg stump. No movement there by keeper Chang. Apparently, the spin of left arm bowler Brown would have taken it down the leg side. Again, his ball is on the leg side and flicked away down to the long leg boundary. The feeling they are done. A single is taken. They were looking to take hustle a second, but unfortunately, they were not able to do so. The score moves up to 230 for 7. Nikita Miller there on 6, and Christopher Lamont on 3. The lead is approximately 89. That's right. 89 is the lead, and looking to a further 11 more runs to get to that milestone is Melbourne. Miller back and pushing this one into the offside. Lamont again scampering off for a single and quickly sent back. The score, that's the end of the over. The score remains at 230 for 7. The water cart has been signaled to come on. The Melbourne team just batting out a maiden over.
I think the scorers are not getting it right there, but just for the viewers, that over cost Shamari Brown 2 runs, one to Nikita Miller and the other to Christopher Lamont. So I think we'll just double check with the scorers to ensure that they have the correct score there. We're seeing on the board 213. That does not seem right. I think the score is 231.
Right, 231.
So which would mean that the lead is 90. The not-up batsmen are Nikita Miller, captain. He's been there now some 17 minutes. He's on 15. And Christopher Lamont is with him on 4. And our scorers who are managing our board says that the partnership is worth 231. I'm sure Melbourne would have loved that if that were so. But sorry to say, viewers who are tuning in from inside the park, it is not so. And anybody who's passing by, it is absolutely not so. Here at Sabina Park, the score is 231 for the loss of 7 wickets. Melbourne, they're batting. They're trying to set a target to defend, to try and prize this JDF team out. They lead by 90. Not a batsman again, and Nikita Miller, he's on 6. And with him, Christopher Lamont, he's on 4. While the players and umpires cool down a bit.
And have a drink.
Mr. Johnson will talk you through another minute or so.
The batsmen to go thus far for the Melbourne team. Opener, Trevor Griffith, he went for 43. Tariq White went for 28. The score at the time when Griffith was out was 90 for 2. Taylor, he went stumped, bowled by Palmer for 10. Glenn went for 21. McCarthy, he went for 47, played an ugly shot and got bowled by Shamari Brown. Bolt went for 36. Watson was the last man to go. He was caught by wicketkeeper Chang for 16. The score presently is 231 for 7. The lead is the lead is 90, and we have our in-house scorer, Mr. Leon Bailey. Leon Levy.
People must be wondering if it's the same Leon Bailey who is not currently applying his trade at Bayer Leverkusen. No, it's not. It's Leon Levy. A man who has done a lot for scoring in Jamaica cricket, and a man who hails from out of St. George's College, just a fence away from this great Cricket stadium of Sabina Park and Kingston Cricket Club. Leon has done extremely well for himself, and also to advance the cause of scorers in Jamaica. And he has really been one of the outstanding statisticians. He's a trailblazer, and the trail was set by a Kingston Cricket Club man, the man they call Garfield Smith. They used to call him Shorty. He was the first scorer from out of Jamaica who made it as a statistician in the West Indies team. Here is Rashid Attar to bowl to Christopher Lamont, who was beaten outside the off stump. That ball pitched on the line of the off stump, spun away from him, and he had absolutely no idea what to do with it. And it went through into the waiting gloves of wicketkeeper Rohan Chang. The score stays at 231 for 7, a lead of 90. And Attar has done extremely well since he's been bowling. This is his 7th over, and he has picked up 2 wickets. And the 2 wickets have only cost him 30 runs. He's really kept things quiet here. The run rate has now been reduced to 7.66. Here is Attar to bowl to Lamont, who's turning this one into the onside. They go for an easy single. That ball was fired in Midland leg stump, and Lamont turned it down behind square, and they went through for an easy single. The score now moves to 232 for a loss of 7, and the lead is now 91. It brings Nikita Miller into strike. He's been there now for some 20 minutes. Here's Rashid Attar to bowl to Miller, and Miller is wrapped on the pad, no appeal. Which seems as though that ball.
You got some butt on it.
So the score stays on 232. Nikita Miller has found it a bit challenging to get this ball away. Here is Attar to bowl to Miller, and Miller is hitting this one high and hard, but it's in the air. He could be caught. Will he be caught? Yes, he will. A very good catch taken. Another very good catch taken by this JDF team. They have caught everything, almost everything that has come their way. And Melbourne, they have lost their 8th wicket now. They have lost the captain, Nikita Miller. He goes for 6. And the score is 232 for the loss of 8 wickets. A lead of only 91. And Rashid Attar, he has now claimed his 3rd wicket. And he's really, since coming, he's really done well for his team. The incoming batsman is Ronaldo McKenzie. And he's not in any great hurry. Neither is Nikita Miller in any great hurry to leave the field. So one wonders what will be the approach that the Melbourne team will take at this point. Will they continue to go after the bowling, or will they just bat a little bit of time?
Well, certainly they have to bat time, because these two men at the crease won't be able to really go after the bowling with any success. Nikita Miller tried. He was looking to hit everything, literally, over the mid-wicket region, and was only successful in getting out. Very good bowling here by Rashid Attar. He kept the deliveries on the line of the off stump, or just outside the off stump, where, traditionally tailenders are not inclined to play. They are more hitters, and will be looking to drag the ball in the mid-wicket region, which Nikita Miller was looking to do. He successfully skied that one. A very good catch taken by Jeremy Harrison, the opener, running around to his right and copying that delivery. Again, Attar is bowling to Christopher Lamont, who turns his delivery down to the leg side and is taking a single. Kerry, we have seen the JDF continuously picking up wickets, very important wickets, taking their catches. Apart from Bolt, who had 2 chances in that over off leverage, they have taken everything else that came their way. Down to good bowling or just good feeling?
I think that it's a combination of both. I think they have done pretty well. I think the captain of the JDF team, I think he could have done a little bit better at the start, but his bowlers, his part-time bowler, Rashid Attar, he has really answered the call here, and Shamari Brown has continued the very good work that he has done all season long. Here's Attar bowling this ball full in length, and it goes between bat and pad, and Ronaldo McKenzie, he will live to fight another day. And that's the end of another over from Rashid Attar. That one narrowly missed the off stump. But the score now goes to 233 for the loss of 8 wickets. And a lead of 92 here. And I'm sure Melbourne would want to get a little bit more, but they can only work with what they have. Rashid Attar, he has done a stellar job for his team. He's now bowled 7 overs. And he has copped 3 wickets for 32 runs. And at the other end, the Michael Owen end, Shamari Brown. He's bowled some 8 overs, 24 runs for 2 wickets. He has done extremely well this season. He moving into the semi-final round, he had captured 33 wickets. The only other bowler to get as many wickets as him is the left arm spin of Dennis Bulai.
Here is the left arm spinner Shamari Brown. This ball is cut in here. Will the catch be taken? Yes, the catch is taken safely by Joseph Palmer. 1 knee, Christopher Lamont went on, and as I said the over before, these batsmen won't be able to take on the bowling seriously. They'll be trying to hit out, and the ball was skied, the catch taken, the fielders are coming off. Apparently, it seems Melbourne are batting 1 short.
Yes, so Melbourne, that is the end of their journey, and Damien Jacobs, he has not come out to bat, and one wonders if there is something wrong with Damien Jacobs, because he has not come out to bat, and neither did we see Sheldon Cottrell for the Jamaica Defence Force team. One wonders if they are still in the ground. Yes, I see Sheldon Cottrell walking towards the scoreboard, walking towards the pavilion. So this is very interesting. I think we may need to find out what is happening. But nonetheless, it is 233 for the loss of 9 wickets. And Melbourne, they have been all out. They're batting one short. Damien Jacobs, he has not come to the crease. It seems as though he has some physical illness. We've not been able to see him. The lead is 92. So Jamaica Defence Force, they will have to get 92 runs for victory. And it seems as though the Melbourne team will be bowling without the services of Damien Jacobs.
That's correct. We're not sure. We'd have to get some information on what's happening. 233 for 9, as Mr. Scott said. Melbourne at their third to bat. We're not sure what's happening with Damien Jacobs. We're going to find out and see if we can get some news to you. The bowling figures will be coming up with shortly. But in the meantime, we'll be taking a break and be back with you with the recap of the last innings and the restart of the JDF second innings in their chase of 92 runs to get victory in this, the JCA Senior Cup Cricket Finals 2017, brought to you by Juice TV through our sponsors, Blue Waters, Showtime Medical, Ready TV, Powerade, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLAS Sports, ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, and the Jamaica Cricket Association. Thank you for listening. We'll be back shortly. And we're back at Sabina Park for the second and final innings of the Jamaica Defence Force in chase of 93 runs to capture the 2017 JCA Senior Cup Cricket Championship from Melbourne. Mackenzie seems to be back and fit. He is going to take up the bowling from the commentary box end for the Melbourne Cricket Club. Facing is Jermaine Harrison and Joseph Palmer, the right-handed batsmen for the Jamaica Defence Force. A very attacking field set by Nikita Miller. 2 slips, a gully, Glenn at point, a cover, a mid-off, a man at mid-on, a solitary man at square leg, and a man at fine leg. Here is Mackenzie into bowl, and Palmer is playing this ball to the square leg, and there is no run taken. Bowling figures for the Army men. Their second time at bowl. Renard Leverage 5 overs for 59 runs, no wicket. Leighton Leslie bowled 5 overs for 45 runs, 1 wicket. Damien Gray bowled 1 over for 15 runs, no wickets. Joseph Palmer, he bowled 5 overs for 49 runs, only taking 2 wickets. Shamari Brown, he bowled 8.1 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs, 3 wickets. Rashid Attar, he bowled 7 overs, no maidens, 32 runs, and taking 3 wickets. The batting card for the Melbourne team, who made 233 at their second turn at bat for 9. Damian Jacobs was unable to bat. He is sick and has been taken to the doctor. Not quite sure what is wrong. However, continuing, Travon Griffith, he made 43. Tariq White, he made 28. Stephen Taylor, he was stumped for 10. Javel Glenn, he made 21. He was the first of 2 wickets for Shamari Brown. McCarthy, he was also bowled by Brown. Bolt, Watson, and Nikita Miller were the wickets for Rashid Attar. Bolt went for 36, Watson for 16, and Nikita Miller for 6. The final wicket to fall was that of Christopher Lamont. He was the 3rd wicket for Shamari Brown. He went for 6. He was caught by Joseph Palmer. Due to the fact that Jacobs was unable to bat, that single signaled the end of the Melbourne fight back. They put on the board 92 runs. The lead JDF need to get. JDF are currently 1 without loss. Wide was bowled by young fast bowler Mackenzie. And Joseph Palmer, the man on strike. Here is Mackenzie to bowl to Palmer, and this ball is pushed into the leg side. They have gone for 1. They are coming back for the second. Cheers from the crowd, and the slide has been put in by the man chasing the ball. The 3rd one has been taken, and Harrison is quick enough to complete the 3rd. And we see the score now. Palmer goes up to 3. The score is 4 without loss, chasing 93. Further 89 runs to get. Harrison, he had a first innings duck. He will be looking to change his fortunes this time around. Hopefully, he will get to do so. Here is Mackenzie, again from the commentary box in, running into ball to Harrison. And this delivery, Harrison is flashing at a ball outside the stump and misses. It's taken by what seems to be Stephen Taylor doing the wicket-keeping duties. As Nepal, he must have been injured while batting. He was struggling somewhat, and it seems to have taken its toll. Stephen Taylor is doing the wicket-keeping duties for the Melbourne team. Again, here is Mackenzie into bowl to Harrison, and this ball is down the leg side and neatly taken by wicketkeeper Taylor. One-handed diving to his left, and that's the end of the over. 4 runs have been scored. The partnership is 4 between Palmer and Harrison. Harrison is yet to score. Palmer is 3. 1 extra with the wide ball by Mackenzie, and the score in chase of 93 runs for victory in this, the final of the Jamaica Cricket Association's Senior Cup Championship. The Jamaica Defence Force are 4 without loss. Taking up the attack from the George Henley stand end, which seems to be his favorite end, is captain and left arm spinner Nikita Miller. Christopher Taylor and Edson Mitchell, they are umpires for today's action. Again, commentary is being brought to you by Juice TV. Our commentators today are yours truly, Sean Johnson and Kerry Scott. We have some sponsors on board: Blue Waters, Short Time Medical, Ready TV, Powerade, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLS Sports ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, and the Jamaica Cricket Association. This match is being played at the SABINA Park Cricket Ground. The stands have been, people have been steadily coming in. Nepal Watson is actually on the field. Watson is actually on the field, but he is not doing wicket-keeping duties. I'm wondering if that hit to the groin area has some effect on him, and he has omitted himself from wicket-keeping duties this innings. Miller taking up the attack. He's round the wicket to Palmer, and this delivers down the leg side, and runs will be scored here. Let's wait for the umpire. Seems to be biased, and is running away to boundary. Giving chase is McCarthy. The throw now comes in. 2 runs have been taken. Byes are being signaled by umpire Christopher Taylor. Very good runs here for the soldiers. They will gladly take anything that's given to them. 6 without loss. 93 is the magic number. And a further 87 runs to get. The fielding, short leg and a slip in place. Here's Miller to bowl to Palmer. Palmer is forward and in defense. Miller does the fielding. There's also a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a deep backward square, a point, a cover, an extra cover, a man on the long off boundary. Miller again to bowl to Palmer. And this delivery is on the line of the mid-stump, and Palmer is securely playing that delivery out to Bolt, who is in the cover region, who does the fielding. No worries here. An adjustment being made by Nikita Miller, sending the long off a bit wider. Again, he's to bowl to Palmer, and this ball is turned in the backward square region where they take off for a single. White comes in off the boundary and does the fielding. Again, rotation of the strike should be key here in this innings. The JDF soldiers should not get bogged down by the Melbourne team if they are unable to score freely. We saw where Melbourne scored their runs quite quickly. And now JDF has their turn to bat. And with only 93 runs to get in a session and a half, should be easy pickings. But this is the glorious game of cricket, a game of a lot of uncertainties. Miller into Harrison. Harrison is forward, trying to get that first run to take him off that dreaded double duck. He remains on naught. The score is 7 without loss. 2 overs have been completed. The JDF in chase of 93 after bowling out the Melbourne Cricket Club for 233 they are 7 without loss. Bowling changes being made. Fast bowler Mackenzie only being used for 1 over. And Christopher Lamont is going to take up the attack from the commentary box end. Lamont in the first innings, he got no wickets for his 23 overs. It cost him 44 runs. And again, he is going to take up the attack from the same end in which he bowled the last innings at commentary box end. I think he really favors this end. And he was unsuccessful with umpire Christopher Taylor. Let's see if he'll be successful with Edson Mitchell. He's in for his first delivery, and this one is played defensively by Palmer. The ball being fielded by Griffith, who is at that short leg region. Everybody goes down again, and Lamont comes into bowl, and this time Palmer is back and punching into the offside. No run scored. Mackenzie runs around and does the fielding. He seems to like the fielding aspect of his cricket as a fast bowler. We hardly see fast bowlers these days who are able to, be such good fielders. But leverage showed that he is a very good catcher. He took 2 good catches in the innings, the Melbourne innings, to dismiss White and also to dismiss Griffith. So now Lamont is bowling to Harrison. This one is turned down the leg side. And leg bye will it be? Yes, it's a leg bye. Leg bye given to the scorers. Score goes up to 8. The extras move up to 4. And Palmer is still on 4. Harrison is still there or not. Looking to turn over the strike. This innings, here is Harrison to face Lamont, and this ball is short, and Harrison is back and cutting this one away. He will get 4, and it's over the boundary now for 4 runs. A good shot there by Harrison. Real stress relieving stroke there. Ball was up and there for the taking. He took the opportunity. Square cut past the man on point, down to the boundary for 4 runs. Moves the score up to 11 without loss, and with 93 runs to get. A very good start here in the eyes of the JDF. 82 runs is now the target, and I'm sure they will be chipping away at this total come 3:20 when the tea time will be taken, 3:25 when the tea time will be taken. Again, Lamont is into Harrison. He's forward and in defense, ahead right over the ball and bat and bat close together, looking for no room for the ball to pass. Again, it's fielded by a young fast bowler, Mackenzie, who only bowled 1 over. And Nikita Miller immediately with the ball in hand, waiting to see what damage he can do. Again, they score 11 without loss. A further 82 runs needed. A session and basically a half to go. Palmer is the man on strike. He'll be facing up to Nikita Miller. There is a cover, an extra cover, a point, a slip, a man at short leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a man at long off who does the fielding now to this ball, which is pushed by Palmer from Miller. A ball that was pitched on the off stump, driven firmly with no pressure at all, and a single is taken. There's Tariq White, who is all by himself down at that long leg boundary. Let's see what Harrison has for Miller, and Miller is bowling this delivery on the line of the leg stump. Harrison plays it on the onside with no pressure at all. Miller should look to protect this 91 runs. He has to take all 10 wickets to even have a chance, and the approach, I'm not sure, is really working out. It seems as if they have resigned themselves to saying, okay, we'll just wait to see what happens. We have lost the bowler, our champion leg spinner. We only have 92 runs on the board for them to get. There's really nothing else we can do. And, I mean, from yesterday, they have been behind the 8 ball, and they are still behind the 8 ball is Melbourne. Here is Miller to both Harrison. Harrison's forward, tight in defense, pushing up to the offside where both does the fielding. There is no run score. The score remains on 12 without loss. Palmer is on 8. Harrison is just on 1. And here's Nikita Miller again. Harrison is taking on this delivery, is hitting it down to the long off position. It was in the air for a while. 1 bounce to long off. We thought he would have been in the business for a while, but the ball eventually fell well short of him at long off. The single is taken, and Harrison moves up to 2. The score moves up to 12 without loss in the 3rd over. Again, we have some bowling figures. Mackenzie has bowled 1 over for 4 runs. Miller bowled his 2 overs for 3 runs. And Lamont has bowled his single over for 4 runs. The score going up to 12 without loss in the 5th over, being bowled by Christopher Lamont. The batsman on strike is Jermaine Harrison. He is the opener for JDF, right-handed batsman. He's back to a ball that is, angled in towards the leg stump, and it's squeezed behind back with a square for a single. He trudges through and makes that single pretty easy. Palmer is on 8 from 15 deliveries. He's been there for 13 minutes along with Harrison. Here is Lamont again to Palmer, and Palmer is forward and in defense. Palmer, who scored an easy 31 in the first innings and batted for a long time. He will look to score somewhat again. Score in that region this innings. He is pushing and batting sensibly. He's pushing the singles. He's now gone to 9. The score is 15 without loss. Good, very good batting here by the JDF. They have played smartly throughout this game, and that is one of the reasons why they're in with the game. And this shot is played by Harrison above that man that's off long off. He pushed this delivery effortlessly into the stands for 6. A very good shot there off Lamont. The ball was right up in the drive, and Harrison was onto it in a flash with the ease and disdain displayed while he's playing one-day cricket. He moves up to 10 with that shot. The score goes up to 21, and the deficit has been reduced to 72 runs. Very good shot there. Again, Harrison in defense, playing against this left-arm plethora of left-arm spinners from Kingston and also from Melbourne. He surely has learned somewhat to play them. Again, here's Lamont to Harrison. Harrison again is down the track and hitting this one over the top. There's a vacant space on the onside, and this one takes 2 bounces and into the boundary for 4 runs. 4 runs signaled by umpire Edson Mitchell. 10 runs from the over. A very productive over for the JDF. Another 4 runs removed from the deficit, and we're into the 60s. 68 runs for the Jamaica Defence Force to get 25 without loss. That's the score here at Sabina Park. A brilliant shot there by Harrison. The ball was on the line of the leg stump. He climbed into it and hit it over the infield. There were 2 men in close fielding positions. They had no chance as he measured them perfectly and hit it into the gap. 2 bounces into the fence. And he has moved on to 14 from 13 deliveries. Palmer, he's 8 from 17. Really, it seems he will be playing a support role to Harrison, who has stepped it up somewhat with 2 quick boundaries. Miller, again, is bowling to Palmer. And Miller is in on this delivery. Palmer is driving away and fielded quickly by Nikita Miller off his own bowling. Nikita so far has bowled 2 overs for 3 runs. Lamont has bowled 2 overs for 16. Palmer is the man on strike. Here is Nikita Miller into Palmer, and Palmer is playing defensively back up the pitch. There is no run. Miller turns again and is looking to try to get this wicket as in, and Palmer is back and flashing at one outside the off stump. It went through the legs of the wicket keeper, Stephen Taylor, who keeps wicket while he is over in the US, and he's sort of doing a good job so far. One to look out for in the future, I would think. Here is Miller into Palmer. Palmer is sweeping this delivery, gets some bat on it. He goes down to the fine leg region. There's not enough pace on the delivery, so they'll be only be able to get 1 run. A run is taken. Palmer moves up to 9. The score is now 26 without loss in the 6th over. Miller again is bowling to Harrison, and Harrison is forward, and the ball peels off the outside edge of the bat. They have gone for 1. They are coming back for the 2nd. They have made it easily. 28 the score is without loss. In this, the finals of the Jamaica Cricket Association's 2017 Senior Cricket Competition. Melbourne, who were bowled out for 233 in their 2nd innings, have set a target of 93 for the men from Up Park Camp, who are steadily eating away at that 93. 65 runs to get by the end of that over. Nikita Miller now has bowled 3 overs for 6 runs. Lamont has bowled 2 overs for 16, and Mackenzie has bowled 1 over for 4 runs. At the wicket, we have Joseph Palmer. He's not out 9 from 21 deliveries. Harrison is not out 16 from 15 deliveries. They have a partnership of 28, 3 runs coming out of the last over. The run rate is currently 4.67, and they are chasing a mere 93 runs for victory this Sunday evening. July 23, start of the week tomorrow. We hope to start it brightly. These soldiers, one team has to win, and as you know, one team has to lose. Lamont still in the attack, bowling to Palmer. Our left arm round the wicket is up to the wicket, and Bowes and Palmer is forward, and he's on the appeal. It's a loud appeal for FDW, and he's given. He's gone. Palmer has to go. Arm ball delivered by the left arm spinner from around the wicket. Hit him on the back foot. Given out LBW by umpire Edson Mitchell. And the first wicket falls for the Soldiers. The score is 29 for 1. Palmer goes LBW to Lamont. The first wicket for Lamont in this match. And he should be a happy man. He is gone for 7. The score is 29 for 1. A further 64 runs to get. And coming to the crease is the man who made that very good half century in the first innings, Rashid Attar. He has been a very consistent batsman for the Jamaica Defence Force over the last couple of years. Looking to push on this score from 30 to 90 quickly before the Melbourne cricketers are able to do any kind of damage. It would be, it would make good sense for them to take all the opportunities they get and not just bat for time. We're approaching tea time, which is roughly another 26 to 27 minutes from now. But before that, there's some work to be done, and Attar is tasked with such duties. Very good delivery here on the line of the off stump by Lamont, which is played back. Attar is a very good batsman, very technically sound. The field is being changed by Captain Nikita Miller. Here is Lamont. He's into bowl and Attar is back and cutting this one that's fielded by the man that was just moved from the deep point boundary into the orthodox point position. There's no run scored. A very good move there by Nikita Miller, because if that man was still positioned down on the point boundary in front of the Kingston Cricket Club stand, that would have been 1 run to Attar. He did not get a run, and he is still on strike. Again, Attar plays a drive down to the cover position who is fielded by, seems to be McCarthy, and no run scored again. A very good field placement here by Nikita Miller. He is making an adjustment to that man on the point, in the point area, sending him back some 35 yards out. Again, Attar is in forward and solidly in defense. Lamont does the feeding of his own bowling, and they have kept Attar down by the non-strikers. End and Harrison on strike. At the end of the over, we welcome our co-commentator, Kerry Scott. The score is 29 for 1, and JDF really only needing 64 runs for victory in this match. Kerry, very what seems to be an easy game for JDF, but we know it wasn't like that. A very challenging day's play today.
Indeed. I mean, their passage of play in this game that JDF really looked as though they were going to be chasing something in excess of 150, but they really fought back. Here's Nikita Miller to bowl to Jermaine Harrison. Jermaine Harrison, he got out first ball is in this first innings, and he's now on 18 from 16 deliveries. He's a very attacking player. You don't want to get him out. If not, he can wreak havoc, and this score could be taken down in a matter of overs. Nikita Miller, he's opted to bowl right arm round the wicket to Harrison. Here's Miller. Mid and leg stump. This one is turning to the onside. They go through for a single, and they get it. The score now moves to 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. The wicket to go, that of Joseph Palmer. He was out LBW to Christopher Lamont, and he only got to 7. One can say, though, he has done a fair job in this game so far. It is now time for the others to play a part in ensuring that JDF walks away with this trophy. Here is Nikita Miller, the man who got rid of Attar in the first innings. Here he is. Attar is back and pushing this one into the offside. It seems as though Nikita Miller is trying as best as possible to exert as much pressure on Attar as possible. Here he is. Flighted delivery, and Attar is back and pushing it back down the pitch to Miller, who goes across to his left and fields. Stronger hand. And Miller is at the top of his mark again. I'm sure he'd want to have similar treatment meted out. And this one is cut and missing is Otar. Otar is not backing down by any stretch of the imagination. He's still trying to score some runs. They will not be held back. So young Mackenzie, he has only bowled 1 over so far. And that 1 over's cost him 1 run. He's got no wickets. The man with the wicket is Christopher Lamont. And that wicket was off Joseph Palmer. And his captain, Nikita Miller, he has been bowling from the start. He has 4 overs for 7 runs. Measly as usual. Christopher Lamont, he will now do badly against Jermaine Harrison. Jermaine Harrison, as I said before, is a very attacking batsman. He'll always be looking to get on top of the bowling. Here is Lamont. And Harrison is back and pushing this one back down the pitch to Lamont to his right. And he goes down and fields. Score is 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. Harrison, he's on 19. With him is Rashid Otar. He's yet to get off the mark. Here is Lamont fighting this delivery, Midland leg stump. And Harrison comes down in field and pushes it to the outside. Rolando McKenzie has done very well for himself in the outfield. Here is Lamont to bowl to Harrison. And Harrison is playing this one from just the top of his crease. He didn't go forward to it, neither did he go back. He just let that ball come into him, and he pushed it out to the onside. Here is Lamont, top of his mark, looking to prize another wicket. And this ball is back of a length again. That's the challenge with Christopher Lamont. He does bowl a large portion of his deliveries back of a length. He needs to try and get the batsman on the front foot. Here he is, top of his mark, to bowl to Harrison, and Harrison is back and punching this one to the left of Trevon Griffiths, who comes across very quickly and fields and prevents a run. And Jermaine Harrison, 5 dot balls so far. Patient game here. And Harrison is forward. He looked as though he wanted to turn that to the onside. A very good over from Christopher Lamont. At the end of it, a maiden over. And at the end of it, the score stays at 30 for the loss of 1 wicket. And the wicket to go, that of Joseph Palmer. He went for 7. And remember, the magic number for Jamaica Defence Force is 93. But they are 30 for 1. So there's still some 63 runs adrift from lifting the trophy.
That's right. And with 9 overs gone and another session and about 20 minutes remaining, we should surely say that the 63 runs should be easily completed by this JDF team. Very accomplished Rashid Attar at the crease with attacking Jermaine Harrison. And Attar is looking to keep out Nikita Miller. Nikita Miller again bowling over the stump to the Attar. He got him out in the first innings, bowling in with the same strategy. And I'm sure Attar should have learned that what it was his mistake he made in the first innings and not looking to make that mistake again. Attar new to the crease. He is on naught. He has faced 9 deliveries. He is up again and pushing this one into the mid-wicket region where young Mackenzie, who only bowled 1 over for his 4 runs. This innings again feels Nikita Miller bowling again from the George Reddy stand, and he's in, and Attar is across and playing defensively. There is no man in that Silly Point region. The man fielding is actually Trevon Griffith. He's in the Silly Midon position, trying to get that catch that would be coming off the inner portion of the bat. Again, Miller is up and on the onside. Attar is playing cleverly to that mid-wicket region, but still cannot score. A good field set here by Nikita Miller, looking to keep the score down to as limited as possible. Again, he's into bowl 2, and there's our P for LBW, but there's no movement by Christopher Taylor. Bat pad close together there by Rashid Attar. Still kept on 0. Over called. The score remains on 30. The magic number is 93. A further 63 runs needed to be chased down by this JDF team. 5 overs completed by Miller. 4 overs by Lamont. The 1 wicket to fall has gone to Lamont, who is he went wicketless in the first innings of this JDF team. Let's see if it will change. His fortunes will change dramatically in this innings.
So Christopher Lamont, he'll do badly against Jermaine Harrison. Jermaine Harrison, as I said before, a very attacking player. Doesn't like to be bogged down. This ball is flighted and in the air. He should be caught. Yes, he will be caught. Caught on the long on boundary. So JDF loses their second wicket, Jermaine Harrison, and oh my lord, I'm sure his management team would not be happy with that shot at all. That ball was absolutely nowhere to be hit. It was far too short in length, and Harrison tried to force it over the ropes, and he only succeeded in giving a simple catch to Andre McCarthy, who was positioned on the long on boundary, and somebody else will have to carry the fight for the Soldier Men. It's 30 for 2. There's still 63 runs adrift. If they really and truly want to win this and lift the trophy, they must try and get a partnership here of about maybe 30 or 40 to try and ease themselves ahead. And the incoming batsman is Sean Bennett. He played very well in the first innings. He made 72, and he's now being asked to come and try and end
to do the same job that he did in the last innings.
To try and end this vigil.
Yeah, he came in just before tea yesterday, and he's coming in again today, just before tea. Will it be the same result? I mean, he looked very shaky before going in for the tea break, and when he came back out, it was a different batsman that we saw. This situation is quite different, and almost the same. And with a further 63 runs, that was a terrible shot by Jermaine Harrison. A terrible time to get out, seeing that your fellow opener just fell 1 run ago. He should be looking to be playing those deliveries along the carpet safely.
That's the nature of the player, Jermaine Harrison. If you know him well, you know that he's somebody who's attacking and he's always looking to attack. Sometimes you have to be wise in how you attack. With only maybe another 15 or 16 minutes to go before tea, I'm sure if he had an opportunity to do it all over again, he would have done it differently. And Christopher Lamont, he has now claimed both wickets that have fallen, and his bowling statistics are now 4.1 overs, 2 for 16.
A very good bowling figures there for Lamont. But the two chief run getters for the JDF are now at the crease. They both scored half centuries in the first innings. Rashid Attar, he's at the non-strikers end, and Sean Bennett.
So Christopher Lamont, I'm sure would want to get a third. Here he is to bowl to Bennett, flighted, and Bennett is driving nicely down to the onside, and Andre McCarthy comes across very quickly in fields and sends a nice flat throw back to the striker's end. The man under the bat, he came and intercepted. But Melbourne, they have been real spirited today. Remember, they have absolutely nothing to lose at this stage. They're already behind the 8 ball. Here is Lamont. This ball is bowled on the off stump and forward by Sean Bennett, who looks very accomplished whenever he's in defense mode. He played extremely well for his 72 in the first innings. That gave Jamaica Defence Force the advantage. Here he is again. And this ball is back of a length, and they go through for a single. And Trevon Griffiths, he cannot stop that single. And the score now trickles to 31 for the loss of 2. And it brings Rashid Attar onto strike. And umpire Christopher Taylor strolls across to the leg side as the left-handed Rashid Attar now does a little bit of gardening, cleaning off the pitch. He will do battle against Christopher Lamont. And he'll be doing battle to a field that sees a man at slip, 4-trot leg, long on, mid-off, cover, point, backward square, and deep mid-wicket. As he pulls this one into the mid-wicket region, they go through for a single, and they won't, certainly, I'm sure Rashid Attar will not be thinking about a second, as none was on offer. And that brings to the close another over, and the score is now 32 for the loss of 2 wickets. The men to go so far have been Joseph Palmer. He was the first to go LBW for 7, and he was followed up by Jermaine Harrison, who fell in that last over, Christopher Lamont's over, for 19, caught on the fence by Andre McCarthy. And Nikita Miller will continue to battle from the Michael Holding end, and he'll be bowling to Rashid Attar, the man he got out in the first innings. Attar, he's on 1. Sean Bennett is with him. He's also on 1. They have some work to do.
and they have a lot of work to do, actually. They have to be careful not to give the advantage to a very loud appeal here from Nikita Miller. That ball seemed to fall on the toe of Rashid Attar. He has been struggling against Nikita Miller right in that area. He was bowled in the first innings through the gate, playing a soft drive, would see, and he is again second appeal now in consecutive overs from the left-arm spin of Nikita Miller. Here's Miller again to Attar, and Attar is playing this one easily through the leg side. That's his strong area we have seen. He likes to play that stroke through the mid-wicket region. There's a man there positioned for that stroke, but however, he was unable to stop the single from going down to long on. Again, a field is changing over for the right-handed batsman. This is a combination that JDF would want to stay for some time to see if they can throw off the lines and lengths of the Melbourne team. The Melbourne bowlers today, with the loss of Jacobs and relatively the loss of Mackenzie yesterday, they have seemed to gotten their act together in terms of their lines and their lengths. I'm not sure if they really have gotten the message too late, but JDF needs to keep these 2 wickets intact going into the tea time. If they lose a wicket here, it'll be a very interesting evening's play going forward. You see their coach, former Kingston Cricket Club fast bowler, Jamaica fast bowler, Andrew Richardson on the boundary. He's probably thinking, what can I do? I wish I could put on my clothes and come and play, but his play days have been done for some time now, and he is into the business of coaching. We do wish him well. We hope that he is very successful. Here is Nikita Miller to bowl to Sean, and he's sweeping this delivery that's going down the boundary. Will he got there? The man gives chase. He pulls it back in just in front of the boundary rope. They only get 2 runs. Stephen Taylor, who is the wicket keeper now, collects easily. A very good throw there by Tariq White, who gave chase. The score goes to 35 for the loss of 2 wickets. Bennett moves to 3. Attar is there, not out, on 2. And Miller again is in to bowl to Bennett, who plays forward and in defensive. And he looks pretty accomplished. That brings the over to the end. 35 is the score. 93 is the magic number, and they only have 58 runs to get.
And this now should be JDF just ticking away. I think this is going to be a very interesting, partnership. One believes if this partnership can get maybe close to 40, then they would have gone a far way in ensuring victory for JDF. But certainly, they will have to get past the left-arm spin of Christopher Lamont, who is bowling extremely well so far. Didn't bowl as well in the first innings. I think his lengths were a little bit too short. And remember, Melbourne, they are bowling 1 short with the absence of Damien Jacobs, who fell ill and he didn't bat. One hopes that he'll be fine going forward. So Rashid Attar just glimpses at his field. Here is Lamont, left arm over the wicket to Rashid Attar, who strokes his ball back down the pitch to him, and he skips across in fields. Christopher Lamont, he bowled right arm round to the left-hander the previous over. He's now over the wicket to him, and this ball is pitched up and whipped down the ground. Attar really plays that stroke well. He drags it from just outside off stump, but he gets very close to it to ensure that it can't spin, and then he punches it down the outside. There's a man at mid-off. He's very close, who is Andre McCarthy. So I guess Melbourne, that's what Melbourne wants. They want to see Attar playing across the line. Nonetheless, here is Sean Bennett. He will do badly against Lamont. This ball is driven sweetly through the covers, and it will hit the ropes just about now for 4. Exquisite shot from Sean Bennett. The man who did it for them in the first innings, he's playing another very good hand here today, a very confident player. And Christopher Lamont, I'm sure he really and truly would not have wanted that ball to hit the fence, but it has. And with that, the captain has placed young Glenn Javel Glenn on the cover boundary to protect it. A flight to delivery whipped away into the onside. It goes to the man at square leg, and he can't score. So the score now moves to 40 for the loss of 2. Remember, 93 is that magic number. Another 53 runs away is Jamaica Defence Force from lifting this trophy. Here's Christopher Lamont. And this ball is aimed into middle and off stump. And Bennett covers up well. Trevon Griffiths is in front of him. I'm sure he wouldn't mind one popping to him. Here is Lamont. Flight to delivery, and Bennett is driving sweetly past the man at cover. They go through for one. They'll come back for the second. The man at the long off boundary comes across to Tariq White, and he sends a looping throw back to the bowler. Another very good stroke from Sean Bennett, and that moves the score to 42 for the loss of 2. And at the end of it, Sean Bennett, he moves to 7. He has faced 11 deliveries. Rashid Atari has faced 18 for his 3. The partnership moves to 12. And remember, the magic number is 93. And Jamaica Defence Force, they're 42 for 2 after 13 overs. Nikita Miller, he is bowling from the Michael Holding end. He has bowled 6 overs so far for 10. Christopher Lamont, he has been the wicket taker so far with 2 for 25 from his 6.
That's right, Nikita Miller. No bowling to Rashid Attar, but there's a stoppage in play. We see the batsman pulling away. Not sure why he pulled away, but he's ready now. Nikita Miller is back to his mark. Stephen Taylor doing a very good job behind the stumps in this innings. Not sure why the keeper changed, but the Miller is in and Attar is playing this drive up along the onside. There is no run. The fielder, who seems to be Christopher Lamont, comes around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Again, Miller from the Georgia end is in to bowl to Attar and is probing on that off-stump line. He knows there is a deficiency for the left-handed batsman. He has 2 deliveries, the one that goes straight on with the arm and the one that spins a bit into that rough that was created by the fast bowler and the other bowlers. Attar is not up to driving any of those deliveries. He is playing with a straight bat, defensively out into the covers, and no runs are scored. The score is currently 42 for the loss of 2 wickets. Attar is not out on 3. Bennett is not out on 9, playing 2 lovely drives. The last over was Bennett, and he succeeded in getting a boundary and 2, and he is on 9. Attar recently, he made 55 in the first innings, and he is looking again to carry home this JDF team against this Melbourne team, who is in the finals yet another year. Very good batting here so far by Attar. He's facing a champion bowler, Nikita Miller, who is in and bowls, and the ball is down the leg side, and no shot played there. And the over comes to an end. 42 for the loss of 2 at the end of that over, which was a maiden by Nikita Miller. The JDF are really inching closer to that magic total of 93.
Indeed, and it will take a real Herculean effort for Melbourne to come back and prize this game from out of the grasp of the Soldier Men, but they're doing a valiant job at trying to put up a fight here. So Christopher Lamont, he will continue to bowl from the Courtney Walsh end, and this ball is flighted on the off stump to Bennett, who's back and punching it to the man at point and can't score. Bennett, he is really and truly looked very accomplished. He's really and truly ensuring that his name will be mentioned in this final. This ball is whipped into the onside from Bennett. Does tend to play with a very straight bat. Christopher Lamont, he's really not a big spinner of the ball. He's again at the top of his mark to bowl to Bennett, and Bennett is forward and a stifled appeal there by the wicketkeeper. No support given to him. Umpire Mitchell stands firm and says not out. And Lamont gets back to his mark. No questions asked. Here he is to bowl to Sean Bennett. And Bennett is turning this one behind square. This could be a boundary. A poorly directed delivery from Christopher Lamont. And the fielder did not give up chase. Excellent piece of work and some poor running between the wickets from Bennett and Rashid Attar. He could have gotten 3. Bennett apparently thought it would have gone all the way for 4. The fielder chased it all the way to the fence and pulled it back, and he saved 2 runs. And again, that was some poor bit of bowling and poor bit of running. At least they should have gotten 3 runs there. The score now moves to 43 for the loss of 2. And Bennett, he moves now on to 10. Here is Christopher Lamont to bowl to Sean Bennett. And Bennett is forward in defense, pushing it to the onside. And no run as Ronaldo McKenzie comes across from that short mid-wicket region to field. Christopher Lamont tossing the ball from hand to hand. Here he is. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Bennett. And Bennett is forward, playing this one from his crease. It came back with the arm, but nothing doing, as they say. The score now stays at 43 for 2. And T called by umpire Edsel Mitchell. A very valiant attempt here by Melbourne to try and prize themselves back into this game. Remember, the magic number is 93. They are 50 runs away, some Jamaica Defence Force. This partnership between Rashid Attar and Sean Bennett, the men who did it in the first innings, it is now gone to 13. And Sean Bennett, he's on 10 from 15 deliveries. Rashid Attar is with him. He's on 3. The score is 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. Nikita Miller, he's bowled 7 overs so far. He's gone wicketless. 10 runs, 2 maidens involved in that. Christopher Lamont, he has been the chief man to get the wickets. He has 2 wickets, 26 from his 7 overs, 2 maidens involved. And the batsmen to go so far have been Joseph Palmer. He was first to go, LBW, to Christopher Lamont. He only made 7. And the second wicket to go was Jermaine Harrison. He was caught on the long-on boundary of the bowling of Christopher Lamont by Andre McCarthy. And since then, Rashid Attar, he has come in along with Sean Bennett to steer his team to safe passage towards the tea break. And they've done well so far. And I'm sure the 50 runs that they need to lift this trophy, they'll be eyeing it after the break.
And we want to say thanks to Juice TV for bringing us this live stream, and our sponsors, Blue Water, Short Time Medical, Ready TV, Powerade, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLAS Sports, ESPN FM, and Jamaica Scorpions. You can also see it on Scoop 100. That's right. That's on Ready TV. That Scoop 100. That's a very, fancy name for a channel. Scoop 100. We're going for the tea break. See you back in another 20 minutes.
Ever heard of EPS? It's expanded polystyrene, a plastic foam material that is extraordinarily light, buoyant, and a good insulator against heat and sound. The white foam that you see in packages when you buy electronic devices, that's EPS. However, it's not limited to merely packaging equipment. EPS is used in the construction of houses, to insulate buildings, create architectural moldings, roof slabs, props, and even bean bags. Embedded in the artistic handiwork of Laura Face's Redemption song is EPS.
We use the foam with other materials, cement and so forth. For instance, we have our panel system that we use to make this building behind us. It is used with a sheet of galvanized sheeting, and you frame up the house, put in your electrical, your plumbing, and spray on the concrete thereafter.
With the use of EPS, construction time is reduced, so too the overall cost. And users get the additional benefit of knowing that the material is environmentally friendly.
It's not toxic, it doesn't deplete the ozone layer, it doesn't burn. If you attach a flame on it, it will burn together with the flame, but if you withdraw the flame or the fire source, it will extinguish by itself.
Expanded polystyrene is also referred to as geofoam, a lightweight fill material that is more than 100 times lighter than soil. Imagine this: 2,000 pounds of compacted fill can be replaced with just roughly 20 pounds of foam.
Geofoam is a generic name that is used for a geotechnical solution. Whenever you have a soil problem where the soil is too soft, they normally replace it with polystyrene foam, which is called geofoam.
When sections of the Portmore Causeway, now the Portmore leg of Highway 2000, began to sink due to the erosion of underlying soils, geofoam was used to replace the traditional fill.
The state of the causeway there are low points on certain places on the causeway where, the causeway was basically built on the sea. Yeah, for example, this location here that we're at, because of the settlement of the road, the mar, yeah, it settles, so you have sinks. And the company has quality to maintain, so we decided to excavate, take out the sink, and use something much lighter than the marl, than the sand, much lighter aggregate that is cost effective, and so we decided to use EPS, the geofoam.
Freeform Factory Limited, sole local manufacturer of the precious material, was entrusted with the project. They, along with contractors, Bouillet Travaux Publics Jamaica, have rehabilitated the road that links the municipality to the capital city.
We have experts who comes in from Europe, who assesses the material, who does density test, yes, weight test, mass test, and make sure that what we have here is good quality material. And it has been tested, and it has been tried, and it has been proven.
Freeform Factory Limited has been producing expanded polystyrene for over 10 years. The process involves firstly expanding polystyrene beads with steam to the appropriate density while agitating them, then leaving them to age. The beads are then molded into its block shape.
What happened in this moment? The steam that has penetrated the crystal of polystyrene is replaced by air. So what we actually produce is packaging air. So the weight of the raw material is about 400 kilograms per cubic meter, and we end up with between 12 and 25 kilograms per cubic meter, because the bead absorbs 90% of air.
This unique multifunctional material has reshaped the engineering industry, and there is much more room for its usage in Jamaica.
We'll be building a lot more houses with the panel system that incorporates the foam, and we have a lot of foreigners coming to Jamaica to build low-income housing, that the foam is part of the component. For future, we see where we will be using it or exposing it to our local people to clad the exterior of the walls to bar the heat from penetrating the concrete. And that way they can reduce their energy bill. People who have homes built already can buy the foam and sort of insert it between the rafters and also reduce the heat by at least 10 degrees in their homes. and that is significant.
Freeform Factory Limited can custom design or shape to exact specification all the expanded polystyrene needs for any project being undertaken. Call 923-8988 or 757-2395 or visit their website www.freeformfactory.com for more information. Ever heard of EPS? It's expanded polystyrene, a plastic foam material that is extraordinarily light, buoyant, and a good insulator against heat and sound. The white foam that you see in packages when you buy electronic devices, that's EPS. However, it's not limited to merely packaging equipment. EPS is used in the construction of houses, to insulate buildings, create architectural moldings, roof slabs, props, and even bean bags. Embedded in the artistic handiwork of Laura Face's Redemption song is EPS.
We use the foam with other materials, cement and so forth. For instance, we have our panel system that we use to make this building behind us. It is used with a sheet of galvanized sheeting, and you frame up the house, put in your electrical, your plumbing, and spray on the concrete thereafter.
With the use of EPS, construction time is reduced, so too the overall cost. And users get the additional benefit of knowing that the material is environmentally friendly.
It's not toxic. It doesn't deplete the ozone layer. It doesn't burn. If you attach a flame on it, it will burn together with the flame. But if you withdraw the flame or the fire source, it will extinguish by itself.
Expanded polystyrene is also referred
And we're back live at Sabina Park for the final session on day 2 of the Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup Finals, where JDF are in reply in chase of 93 runs for victory. Currently 45 for the loss of 2 wickets with Sean Bennett and Rashid Attar. The wicket bowling from the George Headley stand end is Captain Nikita Miller. He's trying to dislodge Bennett, who is currently not out on 11. Here is Miller to Bennett, and Bennett is forward and in defense and won't score a run. There's a slip, a man at silly mid off, a cover, a long off, extra cover, a man at point, a man at backward square leg, orthodox mid wicket, and a man at mid on. Miller is in, and defensively is Bennett pushing back up along the pitch. Bennett, a man from St. Thomas, now with the JDF, earning some money and playing some cricket. Here is Bennett again to take up the strike. He is getting a ball that's on the line of leg stump. He sweeps and he's given out. That ball came off the back of the bat. He went for the sweep. Miller strikes again. He gets his first wicket. Bennett is very disappointed, and as he goes back out, caught by the man at slip. He's gone for 11. The score now is 45 for the loss of 3. And will Melbourne sneak in this evening? The man that took the catch was McCarthy at that first slip position. The ball ballooned over keeper Stephen Taylor's head and went easily to McCarthy, who gladly accepted that catch. Miller has taken his first wicket. The score is now 45 for the loss of 3 wickets. And with 48 runs to get, and the further 7 wickets, the man who did very well in the first innings is coming out to do battle, Mr. Chang. With him is Rashid Attar, who is steadily trying to build an innings. They need a partnership here of approximately 20 to 30 runs to really steady the nerves. 3 wickets down. Not quite worried yet, JDF. But this is a game of cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties, and Nikita Miller is really looking to get some wickets here. So far, of the bowling figures for Melbourne, Miller has bowled 8 overs for 10 runs, 1 wicket with 3 maidens. Lamont has bowled 7 overs for 27 runs with 2 wickets. He has bowled 2 maidens, and Mackenzie has only bowled 1 over for 4 runs. Again, Miller is making some field changes. Christopher Taylor and Edson Mitchell, they are your umpires for today. And in the commentary box, we have Sean Johnson, that's me, and Kerry Scott, who will be with us shortly. Again, Miller bowling to the new batsman Chang, who settles and is about to take strike. Here is Miller coming from George Headley end, and Chang is, and there's a lot of people for LBW, and he's giving out LBW 2-2. Miller strikes again. Chang was looking to play around this ball that was on straight with the arm. He stands at his wicket in disappointment. He's really should be going now. He was sent by umpire Christopher Taylor. He is still there, shocked at his dismissal, and he is now having to trudge back slowly to the pavilion. He's out for a first ball duck. And Nikita Miller again has taken another wicket. Very interesting times here at Sabina Park. There are 4 wickets down, the Soldiers, 48 runs to get, and Rohan Chang has to go back to the pavilion. He did very well in the first innings to score some 33 runs, and now he has to trot back with Nikita Miller in the thick of things, getting him out LBW. That ball landed on the line of middle and leg stump, and Chang was looking to turn it around to that square leg region. He was unsuccessful. The appeal went up. Christopher Taylor had no hesitation. He gave him out. The batsman stood there for some time. He's still on the field of play, not yet off, and very disappointed Chang there, Kerry.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's disappointed with the decision from the umpire or disappointed with himself, the shot he played. But certainly, I can't condone and I can't support, and I'll never appreciate players standing out there for such an extended period of time. That, in my opinion, Sean, sends a very bad signal, certainly to the spectators. Here is Christopher Lamont, and this ball is pulled away behind square by Rashid Attar. They go through for 1, they'll come back for the second, and it hits the boundary ropes just about now. A well-timed 4 there. That ball was drifting down the leg side, and Attar helped it on its way. And a welcome boundary for the Jamaica Defence Force team.
Right, and that brings the deficit down to 44 runs. The Melbourne team has to get rid of Rashid Attar to have a chance in this game. And with him is Leighton Leslie, the fast bowler who bowled some 5 overs for 45 runs for only 1 wicket today. Will he be able to use his bat to do some talking? Rashid Attar looking to carry this one home. The field is being adjusted on the leg side to a very deep field. I'm not sure what Nikita Miller is trying to say. Here is Lamont, and Rashid is back and pushing defensively. Kerry, they only have 44 runs to get. Will Rashid Attar be able to carry this one home?
Well, make that 43. That one, a no ball signal there, and the 50 comes up for JDF. 50 in 50 minutes. And 97 deliveries it took them to get there. Rashid Attar, he is the main man for JDF at this time. This ball is short and pulled away into the onside by Rashid Attar. They go through for a single, and they will settle with the single, and it brings Leighton Leslie on strike to Christopher Lamont. Leighton Leslie, Sean and viewers, he scored a century just last week in the semi-finals that the Jamaica Defence Force played against Westmoreland. JDF, they were reeling at the time that Leslie came to the crease, and he played a real good knock to get them over the line, and then he went on to score 100. So I'm sure that he has some amount of batting pedigree, and one believes that he would want to be able to get them over the line here today again. Christopher Lamont at the top of his mark. I'm sure he has other ideas, and Leslie is now ready. Here is Lamont. He comes up to bowl to Leslie, and Leslie's driving this one back down the pitch to him. Leslie, he does have a very strong bottom hand, which means that if you miss your length, he won't be bashful in taking you out of the park. And this ball is flighted on the line of the off stump and pushed to the man at short cover, Siddiqui Bolt, who comes in and ensures that they can't get a run. Christopher Lamont, he has been probing on that off-stump line a little bit better in terms of his length. Here he is. This ball is whipped to the onside. They think about a single, but excellent piece of work there by Javel Glenn, which brings to the end another over from Melbourne. And the score now is 51 for the loss of 4 wickets. The wickets have fallen to Nikita Miller. He has 2 for 10 from 8. Christopher Lamont, he has 2 for 33 from 8 as well. Not out batsmen are Rashid Attar. He's on 8 from 30 deliveries. With him, Leighton Leslie. Leighton Leslie is yet to get off the mark. And Nikita Miller, he is on, he's at the top of his mark now. And Attar, he will face up to a slip, man under the bat on the onside, cover mid-off, a long on, deep mid-wicket, man at short mid-wicket, the man at backward square leg. Here is Miller, and this one is whipped down to the man at long on, and they go through for an easy single. And one believes maybe that was the plan from Nikita Miller, to give Attar that single. That ball was flighted up to him, middle and leg stump in his strong zone, and Miller, who was on a hat trick moments ago. So here, this brings Leighton Leslie on strike. He'll be doing badly against Nikita Miller. I'm sure Nikita Miller will fancy his chances of getting him out. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted down the line of the off stump. A stifled appeal by Miller. Again, Miller probing on that off stump line as Leslie came forward and poked at it and got enough bat to push it to Christopher Lamont, who is feeling at short mid-wicket. Here is Miller at the top of his mark as he comes up, left arm over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander, and this ball is getting the inside edge of the bat and it squeezes to the man at square leg. No run. There's a lot of anxiety, and you can feel it in the small crowd that is here. Here's Nikita Miller to bowl to Leighton Leslie, and Leslie's forward and pushes this back down the pitch to Miller, who skips across to his left, his stronger hand, and it feels. The score stays at 52 for the loss of 4. Remember, the magic number for the Jamaica Defence Force is 93. Here is Miller, a flighty delivery, and this one is turned behind square. They think about the run, but they decide against it. The throw comes in, and no run taken. Nikita Miller has been really probing on that off-stump line. He's really not giving the batsman anything at all. He's been very, very, very mean with his bowling. Here he is to bowl to Leslie, and this ball is back of a length. Leslie comes back and turns it to the onside, and that's the end of another Nikita Miller maiden over. No, 1 run scored from it, and the score is 52 for the loss of 4. Rashid Attar is there on 9, and with him is Leighton Leslie. He's yet to get off the mark. And Nikita Miller, he's bowled 9 overs so far, 2 for 11. And his partner in crime, Christopher Lamont, 8 overs, 2 for 33. Remember, the magic number for Jamaica Defence Force is 93. They're some 41 runs away from victory. And I'm sure the fans who are here, they're very anxious. And I'm sure they'll want to see a little bit more excitement.
Rashid Attar has been there for some 34 minutes, facing 31 deliveries for his 9 runs. A bit under pressure to score. Nikita Miller has done well with his field placings in the second innings, and his bowlers, well, chiefly himself and Lamont, have been pretty much on the money with their deliveries. And now the field places are being adjusted for Rashid Attar. They have removed the man from the silly mid-on position and put him at a very short and straight mid-on. Here's Lamont to bowl to Attar. Attar is back and cutting this one down to a deepish point. They have been afforded a single, which he gladly takes, and the score now moves up to 53 for the loss of 4 wickets. Further 40 runs to get, and with Rashid Attar there, I think JDF would be assured that they can get this win. However, we know that different things can also happen. Leslie is on strike. He's a centurion from last week, but that was then. This is now. Here is Lamont into Leslie, and Leslie's pushing forward and into the gap. They will take the single. A very good run there. A throw comes in and a misfield by the man backing up. They eventually get 2 runs. It was McCarthy, the man that was backing up. The throw came in from the wicket keeper, Nepal, who is actually at point. He's not the wicketkeeper this innings. Stephen Taylor is the wicketkeeper, and the misfield was by McCarthy. They got 2 runs. Leslie, no, still on strike to Lamont. He's getting a delivery which is driving straight up the pitch, and Lamont does the fielding off his own bowling. Umpire Edson Mitchell had to move quickly to get out of the way of that one. The score remains on 52 for the loss of 4. Again, Leslie pushes, and this ball is collected by Lamont. Attar is still there on 9 from 31 deliveries. Leslie has 2 runs to his name. The score is actually 54 for the loss of 4. Here's Leslie getting a big one. He misses it completely, and so does Stephen Taylor. He is the backup wicketkeeper. Did not collect that ball at all. Not sure if there was a stumping chance there. Very good delivery there by the left-arm bowler. That is young Lamont, and this ball is pushed into the offside. Attar thought of getting a single, however, he was turned back wisely by the man Leslie, who is trying to get some runs going for the JDF team. At the end of the over, the score is 54 for the loss of 4. Attar is on 9 from 31, and Leslie, he's on not out on 2. The men to go so far in this innings: Joseph Palmer, he was LBW to Lamont for 7. Harrison, he went at 30 for 2. He was caught by McCarthy, bowled by Lamont for 19. Bennett, he was the 3rd wicket to fall. The score was 45 for 3. He went by Nikita Miller for 11. Rowan Chang, he was the 4th wicket to fall. He went first ball to Nikita Miller for 0. The score has moved on to 56 for 4.
Here is Nikita Miller making a slight adjustment to the man at long on. He'll be bowling to Rashid Attar. Rashid Attar, he's been there now for some 32 minutes. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted on the line of the off stump, and Attar does extremely well to punch this ball down to the long on region, and it brings Leighton Leslie on to strike. I'm sure Miller would prefer bowling to Leslie than Attar. Attar is the more accomplished batsman. However, Leslie's coming off the back of 100. Here is Miller. And Leslie's forward. He looks far more competent now than he did in the first innings. And remember, the magic number is 93 for Jamaica Defence Force. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted and turned to the onside by Leslie. And the man under the bat fields to his right. And Jamaica Defence Force, they are 38 runs away from victory. Here is Miller. This ball is outside the off stump. An appeal by Miller. It seemed as though that ball struck him outside the line of the off stump. Miller was the only one who really seemed interested in that appeal. He got absolutely no support from anyone at all. And umpire Taylor was very quick in saying not out. Here is Miller to bowl to Leslie. And Leslie's driving up past the left hand of the man at cover. They go through for 1. They think about the second. Javel Glenn gets across very quickly and sends a very good throw back into the keeper. 1 bounce. And it limits them to only a single. The score now moves to 55 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Nikita Miller, remember, he's in his 10th over here. He's been bowling since the start. And one believes that he will bowl all the way to the end. He's the captain. He's the man who will have to do the job. He has done a fantastic job so far. Here he is to face up to Rashid Attar, the man he got out bowled in the first innings. And Attar is wrapped on the pad. There's a loud appeal for LBW. Everybody was up in unison. Umpire Taylor said not out. And Attar didn't seem at all worried. And I think, Sean, what we've seen here the last 2 days from the batsmen, I think they're very confident with the decisions that have been made by the umpires. They seem, some of these appeals that are clearly not out, they seem very, very confident that the umpires will say not out.
That's right, and that delivery was pitching outside off stump. It was also hitting Attar on the line outside off stump as well. And he himself, you could see, it barely moved by that appeal. I mean, at this time, it's a pressure situation, and Melbourne would like to put the pressure both on the batsmen and also on the umpires. But the umpires have been doing well. They have stood firm and made their decisions so far. There's a bowling change at the commentary box end. It's Andre McCarthy to take a delivery to the left-handed Leslie, who forces a drive through the covers. There's a misfield by the man at cover, and they ended up getting a single. The score now goes to 59 for the loss of 4. Leslie goes up to 5 from 19. With him is Attar on 11. A good try here by Nikita Miller, giving the ball to McCarthy to give the spin away from these two left-handed batsmen. Umpire Christopher Taylor has changed over. I guess the sun is giving him a challenge on that side of the field. He has switched over to the right-hand side of our position with his back turned to the Kingston Cricket Club stand. Again, is McCarthy into Attar, and this ball is short, and McCarthy is back, and not McCarthy. Attar is back and pushing defensively. McCarthy does the fielding. He dips his hand in the dirt, trying to get as much grip as possible on this ball as he tweaks it to try to get Melbourne a victory. Here's back and short, and Attar is pushing this one into the cover. Very good feeling there by Nepal. He is a very swift fielder, and I think that's the reason why he is out in the field. I thought he was injured, but clearly he is not. He's very mobile in comparison to Stephen Taylor. Here is McCarthy bowling to Attar, and this ball is pitched up, and Attar drives into the square leg region. They have gone for one. They won't come for the second, as the fielding is done by Javel Glenn, and the score inches up to 60 for 4. A further 33 runs needed, and by this now, I would want to think that JDF should be able to go safely home and secure their another title in this, the JCA Senior Cup competition. The bowlers and fielders wait while the batsman is being attended to by a fielder at that silly mid-on region. Leslie is tying his shoes lace, it appears. Here is McCarthy as he spins that ball in his run-up, and he's up to the crease and delivers his ball. He's run stop, and he's driving it out to backward point where the fielder misfields, and they have gone for the one and coming back for the second. Good running here by the soldiers, and that brings that over to the end. It's 59 for not 59, 61. 61 for the loss of 4. 2 runs taken. The scoreboard is turning over at a rate that is moving behind us, but we're still, able to give you the scores. Another 32 runs needed for a tie, and 33 runs for victory for the Army men.
Now, I'm sure that Nikita Miller won't be impressed with the feeling that he saw towards the end of that over. But the soldier man will march on. Here is Nikita Miller. Left arm over the wicket to Rashid Attar, who's back and kicking this one away. Oh, my Lord, that was a close call. That ball spun and bounced. It had a little backspin on it, and Rashid Attar had to act very quickly on his feet. He's not normally a very quick-feeted person, but in that case, he really had to show his football skills to keep that one from hitting the stumps. Here is Nikita Miller. Left arm over the wicket. And Attar is back and pushing this one back down the pitch. He can't score. Miller has been really probing at that middle and off-stump line. Here he is again to bowl to Attar. And Attar is forward and pushing this one back down the pitch to Miller. And they can't score. So Attar, he's been doing a very good job so far. He settles into his stance, waiting for the left arm spin of Nikita Miller. And this one is driven up to the man at cover. He can't score. And the score stays at 61 for the loss of 4 wickets. Remember, as I said before, the magic number is 93. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted and turned away to the onside. And Leslie thought he could have gotten a single there. Attar was not interested. And score stays at 61 for the loss of 3 wickets. And Nikita Miller at top of his mark. Here he is trying to prize Attar out. And this ball is driven in the covers by Attar. And they won't take a single. And that's the end of another over. At the end of it, another maiden over from Nikita Miller. At the end of it, it's 61 for the loss of 4 wickets. magic number is 93, which means Jamaica Defence Force, they only require 32 for victory here at Sabina Park in this 2017 JCA Senior Cup Finals.
That's correct. And we're looking now at McCarthy again for his second over. His first over only cost 3 runs, and he will be looking to bowl an over now for less and even more to get a wicket, preferably of Attar, but he'll take anyone at the moment. Here is McCarthy into bowl to the left-handed Leslie, and this delivery is on the line of mid-stump, and Leslie is playing it on the onside, and it's stopped by who seems to be Griffith at that silly mid-on position. Again, McCarthy in, and he bowls now, and Leslie is getting a ball that's pitched up, and he drives down to mid-on and runs off for the single, and a throw comes in from White. It was a wayward throw. He was aiming at the stumps, and it missed both stumps and ran down to Nikita Miller, who was at first slip, who did the fielding. Again, a very good line here by McCarthy, not giving away anything much. He's going to bowl now to Attar, who is the man they really want to get out. Here is McCarthy into Attar, and this ball is close to the stumps, and Attar is playing it down to a backward point position where Javel Glenn does the fielding. There's no run scored. The ball comes around back to the bowler McCarthy, who is back to his position. He's in now and delivers another ball that's on the line of the off stump and pushed down. He skips across, does the fielding. There's no run again. The score remains at 62 for the loss of 4. Rashid Attar is there, not out on 12. He is again facing up a short delivery, and he rocks back and pulls this one through the square leg region. It will go into the boundary now for 4 runs. A brilliant shot there by Rashid Attar, bringing his team oh so much closer to the championship. Both batsmen knocked bats in, saying, yes, we've gotten a boundary. A short delivery from the right arm off spin of McCarthy. Attar was into the position quickly, and he pulled that one flat through square leg, and he got the 4 runs. 66 for the loss of 4. Here is Attar again as he faces up, and he's driving that one straight back to the bowler, who misfields, and they'll get another run, and the crowd cheers on for every run that is scored by the Army men, who weren't the favorites coming into this competition, as a small sample poll showed us. The Melbourne Cricket Club were really the favorites, but they are on the back foot from the get-go in this match, and the Army men, the men from South Camp Road, who wears the green of Jamaica, are really chomping at the bits at this stage and inching ever so closer to that magic number of 93.
So, and I'm happy you mentioned the poll, because that poll was taken at the start, before the start of the semi-final round. As soon as the semi-finalists were announced, were decided, that poll was taken, and it had the Melbourne CC team being firm favorites. Here's Nikita Miller to Rashid Attar, who's whipping this one into the onside. They now have 2 mid-wickets, a straight one and one a little bit squarer. I suspect Nikita Miller, he's saying, if you want to go down the ground, you have to get between both of them. Here is Miller to bowl to Attar, who's forward in defense. This ball goes to the man under the bat, and he can't score. Going back to that poll very quickly, Melbourne, they were firm favorites at 53%. Here is Miller to bowl to Attar, and Attar is forward. Remember, the score is 67 for the loss of 4, and Jamaica Defence Force, they're just 26 runs away from victory. They're getting ever so closer to that magic number of 93. Here is Miller, flighty delivery, and Attar again. That is the type of shot that got him out in the first innings. That was a flighty delivery on just outside the off stump. Miller gave it a little bit of air to get some spin on it. Attar tried to go through the covers. The ball spun back and got enough bat and went back down the pitch. This ball is turning to the onside. They think about a single, but they decide against it. And the score stays at 67 for the loss of 4. The second favorites, Sean, after at the semi-final stage was Kingston Cricket Club at 30%. Here is Miller. This ball is whipped away between the 2 mid-wicket fielders. They go through for 1. They think about the second. The ball is misfield there by O'Shane Thomas. And they get 2 runs.
And the crowd cheers every run.
Every single run. They're now required another 24. And the score is 69 for the loss of 4 wickets here. 93 is the magic number. 24 runs left for the Jamaica Defence Force team. And guess what? The Jamaica Defence Force, they were 3rd favorites and going into the semi-final round at 16%. And Westmoreland rounded out the top 4.
That's right. And Ratar, he's so strong in that area. Nikita Miller actually placed an additional fielder in that position to stop that scoring stroke from Rashid Ratar. And he still managed to bisect both men. You notice Rashid, he was out playing that cover drive in the first innings, and he's not playing that drive anymore. He's playing with a straighter bat. Also, when he gets a chance, he works that delivery through the onside. Again, a bowling change made here at the commentary box end. It's the Christopher Lamont. He's back and bowling left arm over the wicket. Leslie is the man on strike. Leslie is on 7 from 29 deliveries. Very quickly, he has accumulated those deliveries. Here he is facing up to Lamont, and he is playing forward easily in defense, pushing back this ball, which Lamont picks up. He has been there for some 23 minutes. The partnership is 24, and the score is 69 for the loss of 4 wickets. Again, Leslie is pushing forward very easily, and nothing doing here from the Melbourne bowlers. Quite easy if you bat sensibly, and Leslie and Attar is showing that they have the aptitude to stay there and push around for the singles. Here's another delivery that is pushed into the gap by Leslie, and the single is taken. Such an easy job at the moment when these two are at the wicket. They are playing sensibly, playing each delivery on its merit and not trying to hit sixes, as we saw by a certain batsman by the name of Jermaine Harrison. He perished eventually. He was caught there on the boundary by McCarthy, bowled by Lamont. Again, Lamont looking to get his 3rd wicket, and he is in to bowl to Attar, and he's back and he cuts, and there's a load of people caught behind, and he is given out. A delayed decision by Edson Mitchell. A very delayed decision by Edson Mitchell. A loud appeal, vociferous appeal from the bowler and the fielders around the bat. The umpire took a little while. He thought about it, then eventually sent in Rashid Attar. The score is now a 70 for 5. Attar has to go, and Melbourne still think they have a chance. So Lamont has successfully gotten his 3rd wicket. Attar has gone caught behind for 19. That has been the top score in this inning so far. Also, Jermaine Harrison went for 19. The score currently 70 for the loss of 5. A further 23 runs to get, and a further 5 wickets for the Melbourne team to get. And I'm sure they are thinking that they need to do everything that's possible to get a further 5 wickets. At the crease now is the captain, Gray. He will be facing another left-hander in this JDF lineup. A lot of left-handers in this lineup. They will be hoping that Sheldon Cottrell will be able to bat. He was not on the field for Melbourne's 2nd innings. He did not bowl, but he should be in the hut. Here is Gray, and he's turning this first delivery into the square leg region and will get a single. The score now goes up to 71 for the loss of 5 wickets. The deficit goes down to 22, and that's the end of a successful Lamont over. He has now taken 3 wickets for 38 runs from his 10 overs with 2 maidens. Nikita Miller is the other bowler to bowl 12 overs. He has gotten 2 wickets for 15 runs, bowling 4 maidens.
And I think umpire Edsel Mitchell would have gotten a little bit of assistance there from his partner. That is the reason why it took him a little bit. It took him a little bit of time before he sent Attar on his way. I think he looked towards his partner. His partner gave him a signal. And maybe, Sean, maybe it's a good thing that umpire Taylor was on the offside and not the customary leg side. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted, driven down to the man at mid-off by the captain, Damien Gray. He has now come to the wicket to join Leslie. Leslie's on 8. Gray is on 1. Here is Miller. And forward is Gray. Remember, just 22 more runs to go before Jamaica Defence Force can lift the trophy. But I'm sure Melbourne will have other ideas. Here is Miller, bowling with his heart on his sleeve. And this ball is looking to turn it down the leg side. Well done by wicketkeeper Stephen Taylor. He has really done an all-round job today, or since the start of this game. We saw him bowling yesterday. We all know he bats, and now he's wicket keeping. Here is Miller. This ball is flighted on the line of the off stump, and well played by Gray. Had to go on top of it to bring it down to ensure it didn't pop to the man under the bat. And Tariq White just strolls in from that cover point region to field. And the score stays at 71 for 5. Here is Nikita Miller. And this ball is short in length, but it came down a little bit of pace. And Damon Gray had to come down very quickly on it. Nikita Miller, he does extremely well varying his pace. Here he is. And this ball is on the line of the off stump and covered up by Damon Gray. And that is another maiden over from Nikita Miller. At the end of it, the score stays at 71 for the loss of 5 wickets. Jamaica Defence Force, they require another 22 runs to lift this 2017 Senior Cup title. And I'm sure they'll enjoy it because this will be them beating the defending champions. Bowling for Melbourne so far. Rolanda McKenzie 1 over, 4 runs, no wickets. And Nikita Miller 13 overs, 5 maidens, 15 runs, 2 wickets. Christopher Lamont 10 overs, 2 maidens, 38 runs, 3 wickets. And Andre McCarthy 2 overs, 9 runs, and he also went wicketless.
And I'm watching Christopher Damian Gray here batting and playing back to those deliveries that are not so short from Nikita Miller. He has to be very careful about what he's doing because once that ball moves in the direction that he doesn't think that it's going in, he will be in trouble. I think he's a very likely LBW candidate this evening, but we'll see what happens. Again, here is Lamont taking up the attack from the commentary box end. The sun is going down on a very bright and sunny Sunday. We had a very good day today. It wasn't as hot as normal. Wind was up, but again, cricket is prevailing. And this ball is edged down to the third man region for 4 by Leslie. A meaty part of the bat. A welcome 4 runs for the Army men. That delivery was outside the off stump, was asked to be hit. He chased it, got the edge, and 4 runs taken. The score now goes up to 76 for the loss of 5 wickets, and Leslie is on to 12. Lamont goes back to his mark, and he is up to the wicket to bowl to Leslie. And this delivery, Leslie is forward and pushing in the fence. Lamont does the fielding. The score is very much close now to 93, and nervous times now with 5 wickets down. Another couple of wickets, and I'm sure the JDF will be worried. But let's see what happens. Again, unload appeal for LBW, and not out, says umpire. It's a Mitchell. This ball was hitting Leslie on the middle stump. That wasn't where he ended up. The ball hit him just on the middle and off stump. It was a bit high, and he's a tall man there, Leslie, and not out was a call from umpire Edson Mitchell. Again, here's Lamont to bowl to Leslie, and he's forward and in defense this time and squeezing the ball up to Trevon Griffith, who is at that straightish mid-on, and he does the fielding. Again, Lamont working vociferously on that ball to get it to spin. Here he is again to Leslie, and Leslie is forward. Very close to the wicket Lamont was while he was bowling that one, and that's the end of the over. The score remains at 76 for the loss of 5 wickets. Further 20.
Looks like 18 from
further
this
18
angle.
runs. Right, a further 18 runs for victory, and JDF are closing in on this JCA Senior Cup title.
And of course, you know, if the Jamaica Defence Force are going to win this, as I said earlier, they will have to win on the back of Nikita Miller bowling with his heart on his sleeve. He has been a great servant for not only the country but for Melbourne CC. Here he is, flighted delivery, and Captain Gray pushes this one to the man at mid-off. Damon Gray will have to do some work here. He's the captain, and I think it'll be fitting for him to steer the ship home. Captain to captain, Nikita Miller. And this ball is on the line of the off stump, and Gray is back in defense. The man at cover comes across in fields, and no run. The score stays at 76 for the loss of 5. Here is Nikita Miller. And this one is flighted. And Gray, full toss. Hit in the air, down to the man at long on. And they go through for an easy single. Gray again, because he was in ultra defensive mode, he could not have capitalized on that very high full toss. I think he could have gotten a boundary from it. Leslie is now on strike. Another left-hander, tall left-hander. Both real decent medium pace. Here he is facing Nikita Miller. And he's bold. His off stump goes back. Nikita Miller, how many times will you do that to these left-handers in this JDF lineup? There was a ball pitched on the line of the off stump. It spun back. Leslie went in for the drive. He missed it. The ball spun between bat and pad, and it clipped the off stump. Nikita Miller, he has earned a living from doing this to batsmen, and today is no different. Jamaica Defence Force, they've now lost their 6th wicket, and they require another 17 runs to win.
Kerry, I spoke about the left-handers being bowled by Nikita Miller over the stump. I'm not sure if we're the only ones watching the cricket, but they have consistently opened up to Nikita Miller, and he has been bowling them all over the shop. Otara went bowled, Leslie went bowled, and a couple of others.
The captain went bowled.
The captain as well.
The tail end of Renard Leverage, he also went bowled.
All left-handers driving and opening up to Nikita Miller and ending up with losing their off stumps. They have to be more careful than that and play with a straighter bat.
So Leslie goes for 12, and it has now sent a little jitters through the spines of the JDF supporters and a little glimmer of hope towards the Melbourne CC faithfuls who are here to support their team. But Nikita Miller again, he's done it for years for not only Jamaica but also for Melbourne. As I said at the start of this over, he's a man who bowls with his heart and his sleeve, not only for his country but for his club. Sheldon Cottrell is the man at the crease, a man full of experience. He would have done some handiwork for Jamaica in the past with the bat. He's known for his left-arm seamers, but now he's required to try and make some runs. Oh, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and not out is the call. They went up for the stumping. The batsman didn't seem at all phased. That was a ball pitched on the line of the off stump. It spun away from him. The wicketkeeper took the bails off in a flash, and the umpire is not happy. Umpire Taylor is not happy, as he had a quick discussion with Stephen Taylor. And
Sheldon Cottrell is the man at the crease, and he did not move at all. So unless there was an edge or he was bowled, he is not out. It's clear he did not move.
Or unless he was batting outside of his crease.
Unless he was batting outside of his crease.
And umpire Taylor, Christopher Taylor, he wasn't at all impressed at the way the Melbourne players carried on moments ago. Nonetheless, 17 runs required for JDF to claim this victory. Melbourne, they're making a fist of it. Here is Miller to bowl to the right-handed Sheldon Cottrell, who seems to be very limp. And that's the end of another Nikita Miller over. At the end of it, we saw the back of Leighton Leslie, who was bowled off stump. And another 17 runs required. The score is 76 for the loss of 6. Sheldon Cottrell is calling for some kind of assistance. I'm not sure what kind of assistance he needs, but he's calling for someone to come and help him. The 12th man is out, and Christopher Lamont, he's already at the top of his back, ready to go. 12 man is here. Oh, it's to replace his thigh guard. And we're in for a humdinger.
Well, Lamont is taking up the attack from the commentary box, and again, very tense times here at Sabina Park. The score is 76 for 6, and Melbourne, they are certainly turning on the pressure here. Here is Lamont to bowl to the captain Damian Gray, who is in no haste at the moment to get these additional 17 runs. And Lamont is in all haste to get him out. Here's Lamont with this delivery. He's back again with this ball pitching up to him. He's playing off the back foot. That's his strategy. With him at the non-strikers end is Sheldon Cottrell. Not necessarily the greatest with the bat, but he will score, and he'll score them quickly, or he'll be out. Again, this delivery is hitting him on, and there's a loud appeal for leg before. Edson Mitchell is not moved. That ball seemed to hit the batsman outside the off stump, but the pressure is on, and the Melbourne players are trying their very best to get the best of the umpires. However, the umpires are standing firm. And I spoke about Gray being an LBW candidate. He's really playing back to those deliveries which he could play forward too. Another thing, there are no close infielders apart from the slip fielder. I see no reason for Gray to be playing back to those deliveries which are pitched up. And what happened to him? He was caught by the arm ball that was delivered by Lamont and hit. Unfortunately for him, it was outside the off stump here, so he lives to survive another delivery. Lamont again, and the crowd is into this game, trying to cheer on the JDF, the soldiers from Park Camp. Melbourne has other ideas, and they're back, and he's on the back foot and pushes in, squeezes the single into the point region, and Cottrell is having difficulties running. And now we see why he was injured. The right leg is seemingly having cramps, and he's unable, he's down now, and trying to get some stretches. I'm sure they'll be calling on for some assistance. A fast bowler from JDF. The score is 77 for the loss of 6 wickets. A further 16 runs to get. It's now 4:30 local time, and the Army men, the captain Gray, he's on 3 from 15 deliveries. Cottrell has only faced 2 deliveries, one of which were a loud appeal for stumping, but he was not moved. And this partnership has only gone for 1 so far. Nikita Miller, he has so far bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens for 16 runs for 3 wickets. Christopher Lamont, he has bowled 11 overs for 43 runs for his 3 wickets. Very disciplined bowling effort here from the Melbourne team, and they are trying to eke out every opportunity in this match to get a wicket. The attention is being brought onto the field now by the coaching staff of the Army men to get to Sheldon Cottrell. The other team members are taking a drink. The umpires are looking to see what's happening. Again, we take the time out to say this broadcast has been brought to you by Juice TV. It has been sponsored by our fellow partners, Blue Waters, Short-Time Medical, Ready TV, Powerade, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLS Sports, ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, the JCA, and the Love TV. For those with Ready TV, you can catch it on the Scoop 100 channel. Again, if it's not too late, come down and catch this exciting last half hour, an hour to go in this match. The JDF fans are on the sidelines cheering on their team. They think they have what it takes to get across the line with these 4 wickets in hand. While the Melbourne people from halfway tree, they have other ideas. They have been in this situation before, and they also think that they can get the 4 wickets. That's the 4 wickets that are left in the hut. Meanwhile, we look on the field, we still see treatment being given to the gentleman, Mr. Cottrell. No signs of him getting up as yet. He is on his back. And basically, because of the over rate that the Melbourne spinners have been bowling for this match, they have really excelled in terms of overrate. We can sit and wait around until the treatment has been effected for Mr. Cottrell. He seems to have struggling with that right leg. We're not sure exactly where the issue is, but if he's unable to bat, it will be the same position that Melbourne was in when Jacobs was unable to bat. So I'm not sure how long the umpires will stay waiting for this treatment to be finished, but we are here waiting. So far, the JDF innings, Joseph Palmer, he went LBW to Lamont for 7. Harrison at 30 for 2. He went caught. McCarthy bowled by Lamont again for 19. He was the second wicket to fall. The third wicket was Sean Bennett at 45 for 3. He was dismissed by Nikita Miller for 11. The fourth wicket to fall was the wicketkeeper Chang. Immediately following Bennett, he had to walk behind him slowly after getting out first delivery, LBW to Nikita Miller. Again, the fifth wicket to fall was that of the left-handed Rashid Attar, was neatly caught by wicketkeeper Stephen Taylor off the bowling of Lamont. That was Lamont's third wicket. The sixth wicket to fall at 76 for 6. Leighton Leslie, another left-hander, bowled by Nikita Miller. How many times are we going to say this? By these left-handers, he went for 12. The Army men now trail by a mere 16 runs. And that 16 runs seems to be a very big target right now. In the grand scheme of things, there's a title awaiting them at the end of the 16 runs, and I'm sure they'll be happy to cross the line whenever it happens. Again, the treatment seems to have been successful for the time being. Cottrell is up and ready to face strike. Lamont is the man with ball in hand, and he'll be delivering with a very strong wind going across the Sabina Park turf from the South Camp Road side of things. If you are here in Jamaica, if you are familiar with this ground, you will know what we're talking about. The commentary box end is where the JDF supporters have gathered. They're all on the ground cheering on their team, physio, coaches, and everybody, seeing what they can get. Lamont is with ball in hand. Umpire Edson Mitchell is directing play now. Lamont will be going left arm round the wicket to Cottrell, who is a right-handed batsman. The field set, a long off, a deep extra cover, a man at long on, a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a slip, a regular cover, a man at point, a man at square leg, and of course, that man who is at that silly mid-on. Here is Lamont in, and a ball is struck on the pod. There's a loud appeal. He was caught also by the man at silly mid-on. Not out, says umpire Edson Mitchell. That brings the over to an end. The score is 77 for the loss of 6 wickets.
So again, there's more drama here at Sabina Park. This brings into sharp focus some 3 years ago, and on the same ground where the Jamaica Defence Force played Kingston Cricket Club in what was a very steely final. A final similarly to this one. The only difference is there was limited time to bat. JDF could not have gotten the score. It was just limited time to bat. All they had to do was survive the day. And survive they did, with 9 wickets down. Here is Miller. Flight to delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it's stifled the peel by him at Damien Gray. And Gray tells Miller to come on, get on with it. And stop trying to beg the umpire to give you something. Here is
focusing a lot on a lot of things other than getting these 16 runs.
That's the type of player he is, Damien Gray. He tries to G himself up. Here he's turned this one behind square. And the Melbourne fielders, they're in hot pursuit. And that's 4 runs. Very valuable boundary there. There was a delivery pitched on the line of Midland leg stump. Damien Gray came inside the line and worked it behind square. It had enough pace on it. Both Andre McCarthy, who is a very quick player, and Tariq White, they desperately chased it, but they still couldn't pull it back. as the umpire Taylor is now telling the JDF supporters to back away from the boundary ropes, as they were a bit too close there. The score now goes to 81 for the loss of 6.
They were very close. Tariq
Another
White
12
was the man
runs.
giving chase, and he almost collided with a few of them.
This ball is short down the leg side, and Gray misses out on this one. A bad delivery there from Nikita Miller. He really got away with that one. That could have, again, gone to the boundary. But Captain Damien Gray missed out on it. And well taken by wicketkeeper. Here is Miller. Flighted delivery. Forward is Damien Gray. And he can't get a single.
One wonders if Nikita Miller gave Gray those two leg side deliveries, trying to set him up for another bowl off stump.
Here he is. Nikita Miller. Left arm over the wicket. Gray turns this one to the onside. And Cottrell hustles. This could be a run out. Well done by Sheldon Cottrell. Tariq White went to his right, but he still could not stop them from getting the single. Sheldon Cottrell is really showing some serious mettle here as he's fighting away for his Jamaica Defence Force team. Just 11 more runs to get for victory. And Cottrell, he's fighting. He's on one leg, but he's not giving up. He's showing the kind of grit and fight and determination that is needed in a game of this magnitude. He's now on strike.
A real soldier it is.
He's now on strike to face Nikita Miller, who has a man at long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, man under the bat on the offside. He has a man on the 45 on the onside, the short fine leg region, man at slip, man at backward point. A man halfway from the boundary, the cover boundary, and he aborts his run. There's also a man at cover. Nikita Miller, left arm round the wicket.
We sense a big shot coming here. Cottrell is not able to run so well.
Here is Miller. And this ball is played to the offside by Sheldon Cottrell to end the over. And the score is 82 for the loss of 6 wickets. The Jamaica Defence Force team, they require just 11 runs for victory.
And I'm sure the soldiers would be pleased with their performance thus far. They have stretched the Melbourne team from the get-go. They bowled them out for 103 runs, replied with 244. Melbourne certainly put in some rear guard action and counter-attacked. And even then, the JDF men stuck to their plans and they kept on taking wickets. And you know, once you keep on taking wickets, regardless of how fast the other team is scoring, eventually they will have to stop. And it stopped at 9 wickets. Jacobs unable to bat. And now the target was 93. They have done well so far. They have already lost 6 wickets. And Captain Gray, he is now taking strike from Christopher Lamont, a very regulation field set, and he is now facing up. He plays his delivery straight down the pitch, and Lamont does the fielding. There's a lot of cheering around from the fans, mostly persons supporting the soldiers. Here is Lamont into Gray, and Gray is forward, and this ball is on the line of the off stump, and he's playing this up to the man at cover who is Bolt. He comes around, and he does the fielding. Lamont settles in again, and he's bowling to Gray. Here is Lamont as he's up, and Gray is back and playing this one defensively, and there is no run again. The score stays at 82 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Gray is there on not out on 8, and Cottrell is not out 0. Cottrell has faced 4 deliveries. He's carrying an injury, so Gray will want to take the lion's share of the strike. Here he is again, and he's getting a delivery on the mid-stump, and he's playing it up to the mid-wicket region where Javel Glenn does the fielding. There's a man at a straightish mid-on position in Trevon Griffith. He's there for the catch. I'm not sure if he'll be getting any there. Anyway, Lamont is in again and bows, and this time Gray is back in his customary defensive position, playing from the back foot. The ball not really short, but he still plays it off the back foot and playing it comfortably that time. Back to Lamont. Here's Lamont again to bowl to Gray, and Lamont is in, and Gray is pushing this one into the covers. There's no run. That's the end of the over. The score stays at 82 for the loss of 6. Further 11 runs to get victory, and with you is Kerry Scott.
So again, This game is going down to the wire. A lot of persons thought that it would have been over by now. At one stage, JDF, they looked large and in charge. They looked as though they would have gotten home easily. But now, Melbourne CC, they have had different ideas, and they're really making a fight of this one. Who would have known that this game would have come down to minutes to 5? But Melbourne, certainly, they're not giving up. Nikita Miller is making some adjustments in the field. The man who was previously under the bat, he's been removed. Here is Miller to bowl to Cottrell, who's forward and pushing this one on the onside. The man who was at short mid-wicket comes across and fields. So the men on the fence are long off, long on deep mid-wicket. Here is Miller to bowl to Cottrell, who's forward in defense, not looking to score any at all. The question is, will Nikita be brave enough to give this ball a little air? Because I'm sure that will certainly tempt Sheldon Cottrell. Here he is to face up to Nikita Miller. And this one is back, and he punches it back down the pitch. Can't score. The score remains at 82 for the loss of 6. JDF still 11 runs away from what will be a very hard-earned victory. Here is Miller. This ball is squeezed to the offside by Sheldon Cottrell. And they don't think about the single. Tariq White lobs a poor throw back to the bowler. The man who is at long on, Javel Glenn, had to come off the fence to field it. 2 more deliveries left in this over. Here is Nikita Miller to bowl to Sheldon Cottrell. This ball is flighted, and Cottrell looking to whip it to the onside. He only succeeded in getting the outer part, leading it to the offside. That ball spun a little bit on him. Here is Cottrell to face Nikita Miller, the final ball of this over. And he's forward in defense. And that's the end of another maiden over from Nikita Miller. It's 16 overs that he's bowled on the trot so far. And he's picked up 3 wickets for 21 runs. And the Jamaica Defence Force team, they're 11 runs away from a very famous victory and well-deserved victory it would be. Any one of these teams who would be able to win this game will thoroughly deserve it. They've played some exceptional cricket, and I'm sure they've treated the small crowd here today with some fabulous cricket.
That's right. And one wonders if the fast bowler Mackenzie will get another spell, given that there are only 11 runs to get. And a tail ender who is unable to move. Anyways, Lamont is still in the attack. He is bowling to Captain Gray, who plays that one defensively into the leg side, and no running scored. A couple of maiden overs there coming up. Is the pressure building? I don't think so. Gray will certainly look to score soon. Here is Lamont Gray, and he's sweeping this one behind square. This is going down to the boundary. Will it get there? The chase is given by O'Shane, the fast bowler. The throw comes in. They get 2 runs. The single digit now. The scorers have gone down to. They need 9 runs to get the victory, and I'm sure they are quite impressed with this performance. Another 4 wickets for Melbourne, and it's getting very dismal for them now. Here is Lamont into Gray, and Gray is back and playing defensively. He moves to 10. Further 5 runs from him, and should guarantee safe passage to this JCA title for 2017. Again, Lamont, the umpire Edson Mitchell, stops as the bails one of the bails have falling off from the stump. He fixes it, and Lamont is in again to bowl, and Gray is back and playing defensively into the offside. Lamont does the fielding from his own bowling, and the scores, as we say, it's 84 for the loss of 6 wickets. The target is 93. Further 9 runs needed. Lamont into Gray, and Gray is back and turning this one into leg side and cannot get a single as Glenn comes around to do the fielding. His partner, Cottrell, is not moved as he is struggling with a leg injury, and he's unable to run those sharp singles. Here is Lamont again to Gray, and this one is pitch up, and he's driving and missing. And the stumping done by Stephen Taylor. However, Gray was firmly positioned in this crease, and no work there for umpire Christopher Taylor other than to fix the stumps that were shattered by the work of second string keeper Stephen Taylor. The over comes to an end. The score is still 84 for the loss of 6 wickets, and we are here at SABINA Park.
So a further 9 runs for Jamaica Defence Force to win this game. It's 84 for the loss of 6. And Nikita Miller, he's now going to be starting his 17th over. He has 3 wickets to his name for 21 runs. And he has really done a very exceptional job for his team here. And the work for him is twice as difficult. He's not only concentrating his bowling, but he also has to concentrate on setting the field. Here he is to bowl to Sheldon Cottrell. And Cottrell is forward in defense. This ball goes to the man under the bat, and he can't score. Cottrell has done a very good job. He's been there now for some 22 minutes. He's faced 10 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark. But one believes that Miller will tempt him very soon. This ball is on the line of the middle and leg stump. Cottrell is forward, and again plays in defense.
What Miller wants him to do is to use his feet, but I'm sure Cottrell is in no mood to use his feet, as one of them is not working.
Here is Miller. And this ball is driven down the ground by Sheldon Cottrell. And he goes through, he hobbles through for a single. It's now 8 runs for victory. And it brings the left-handed Damian Gray onto strike. And Damian Gray, captain of Jamaica Defence Force team, I'm sure he would want to be there at the end to see his team over the line. He has his opposite number to do battle against, the man they call Nikita Miller, a.k.a. Killer. Left arm over the wicket. He has destroyed all left-handers so far. Here he is, flighted on the line of the off stump, and Gray opens the face and runs it to the man at slip. And they can't get a single. They're really not interested in a single. And the ball is tossed back to Miller, the man at slip. Score stays on 85 for the loss of 6. Here's Nikita Miller. Flight to delivery, driven up to the man at mid-off by Damian Gray. Can't score. Javel Glenn, he has done a very good job. Here is Miller, flighted. And again, Gray is trying to angle this one between the man at cover point and point. He's not successful, and that brings to the end another Nikita Miller over. And at the end of it, the Jamaica Defence Force team, they are 84 for the loss of 6 wickets, 8 more runs, 85 for the loss of 6 wickets, 8 more runs for them to be crowned champions.
And Miller has completed 17 overs for 3 wickets, giving away only 27 runs. Lamont has completed 14. So the lion's share of the bowling done by both left-arm spinners. 1 over we saw Andre McCarthy for, and he wasn't able to extract any spin or bounce from this pitch. And neither have these 2 left-handers, but they have been fairly consistent, especially in this innings. Again, Lamont to Cottrell, and Cottrell is back and pushing this one in the vacant mid-wicket area, and he hobbles again for another single. Again, that takes the score to 1 less run to that famous target of 93. 6 wickets are down. The 4 wickets left in the hut, they would not like to come out here and do battle. I'm sure these 2 soldiers are willing to fight for their team. Again, Lamont bowling over the wicket to Gray, and this ball is on the length, on the line of the off stump, and Gray plays defensively up to the offside where Bolt does the fielding. Again, Gray is on 10 runs from 36 deliveries. He comes up and he gets his deliveries on the off stump and he pushes it down to the man at mid-off who does the fielding. There's no run. Very good batting here by Gray. Trying to take it home for his team. He gets another delivery that's on the line of the off stump and he pushes defensively into the offside. There's no run scored. As you look as the shadows of the north stand are cast over this SABINA Park field, still getting bright sunshine in Jamaica here. There's Lamont to Gray, and Gray is forward and pushing into the point region. Mackenzie does the fielding. There is no run. Well done, says the fans to the JDF captain, but he is not finished. Has another couple of runs to go, and he will do it just so. Here's Lamont to him, and he down the track and hitting this one straight over the bowler. Here's one bounce into the boundary for 4 runs. A brilliant shot there, and he fist pumps in the air. Very excited is Damian Gray. His ball was given a little flight from Lamont. He was down the track in a flash and played with a straight bat and over the head of the bowler. One bounce into the stand just under our position here at the commentary box. The score is now 90 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. And with only 3 runs to go, we should say it's down and done and dusted.
And I'm sure I saw the fat lady somewhere in the car park, in her car, tuning up.
I think she's downstairs in the JDF crowd.
I hear that she's now downstairs in the JDF crowd.
Right.
And she's now getting ready to sing her tune, her customary victory tune, towards the Jamaica Defence Force team. I think they have been the better of both of the 2 teams in terms of batting. I think they've shown a little bit more resolve than the Melbourne team. Score is 90 for the loss of 6. 3 more runs to go. Here's Nikita Miller to bowl to Sheldon Cottrell, who's forward. Again, that one really had him stretching. Remember, he has a very bad leg. The field has now been called in. The man who was previously at long off, he's now at mid off. Here is Miller to bowl to Cottrell, who's looking to turn this one to the onside, but he can't score as the man who is at that short fine leg region comes across to his left and fields. So here we have Nikita Miller, left arm round the wicket to Sheldon Cottrell, and he's forward again in defense, as if to say, my job here is to ensure that I don't get out. I'll allow my captain to take it home for us. Here is Nikita Miller, left arm round the wicket to Sheldon Cottrell. Cottrell is forward, turn this one to the onside. He doesn't seem interested at all to get a single run. It seems as though all he's interested in doing is ensuring that he doesn't get out. Nikita Miller looking to hustle him, but he stops him in his tracks. Here he is, top of his mark to bowl to Sheldon Cottrell, and this ball is flighted on the line of the off stump. Cottrell is on his front foot again, and he keeps out the dangerous Nikita Miller. 1 delivery to go for the end of this over. The score remains at 90 for the loss of 6. Just 3 more runs for JDF to win this one. And Cottrell is forward in defense. And that brings to the end another Nikita Miller over. That's 18 overs now. He is bowled on the trot. He's picked up 3 wickets for 22 with 6 maidens. And Sheldon Cottrell, he's on 2 from 19 deliveries. But importantly, he's batted some 30 minutes. And he's been there with his captain, who's on 14. He's been there some 39 minutes, faced 40 deliveries. And the partnership here is 14. And they require just another 3 runs for victory.
That's right. And the JDF fans are cheering down on the sidelines. They're chanting some sort of super. I would like to know, who is the super, Kerry?
I think that's what they call their captain.
Damian Gray, super. That's right. Here's Lamont from the commentary box into both to Gray, and Gray is down the track and hitting this one.
Like
high over in here, and it's going, it's gone.
6 runs.
That's 6 runs.
We have a new champion.
They have completed it in 1 shot. A brilliant shot there by Captain Gray. He's embraced by the limping Sheldon Cottrell. 1 stroke down the boundary for 6 runs, and that's the wrap for the Jamaica Defence Force, defeating the Melbourne Kangaroos by some 4 wickets in this finals. A very interesting and enthralling game, Kerry.
And one cannot discredit the kind of work that Melbourne put in. Melbourne, their batting in the first innings, that is really and truly what has let them down. But notwithstanding that, I think they really came back into this game. It started with their batting in the second innings. They really came at the Jamaica Defence Force bowling. They pushed them back. But every time they seem to be forging ahead, they seem to keep losing wickets, until they lost all their wickets. And again, some amount of bad luck has come up against them, because Damien Jacobs, he was unable to bat and he was again unable to bowl. A very critical part of this game. Sheldon Cottrell as well, he was unable to bowl for the Jamaica Defence Force team. So I'm sure JDF will be able to tell you that, hey, listen, what is good for one is good for the other. They lost Sheldon Cottrell. In Melbourne, they lost Damien Jacobs. But what I must say, what I must say though, Sheldon Cottrell really and truly showed the kind of heart, the kind of fight, the kind of character that you need to become champions. He came out limping from the start. He couldn't bowl, but he came out limping. He said to his teammates, "I'm going out there to do it for you." They could have sent somebody else who could have done better. But at the end of the day, Sheldon Cottrell said, "Look, I'm the senior man. I'll go out there. I'll do it for my team." JDF are now champions by 4 wickets. And the target was 93, and they got to 96. 3 runs to get, and the captain, Damien Gray, made no mistakes by coming down the track to Christopher Lamont and hoiking him all the way for 6. So the final scores here at Sabina Park, we are seeing the champions, Jamaica Defence Force, getting over the line. They got 93 runs to chase, and they got 96. Damien Gray, the captain, hitting the winning runs. He hit Christopher Lamont for 6, and it was a valiant attempt by the men from Melbourne, but at the end of the day, I think the better team on both days won.
That's right, Kerry Scott, and we see where we look at the batting card for the Jamaica Defence Force. You have Palmer, 29 for 1. He went LBW to Lamont for 7. Harrison, he went at 30 for 2 for 19. He was caught by McCarthy, bowled by Lamont for 19. Ottar, he went as the 5th wicket at 70 for 5. A very critical cog in the JDF wheels. He went for 19. Sean Bennett at 45 for 3. He went for 11. Rohan Chang, he was LBW first ball for 0. And then Leighton Leslie was the last person to go at 76 for 6. He was bowled by Nikita Miller for 12. Gray was not out on 20, and Cottrell was not out on 2. Again, we want to thank our sponsors, Blue Water, Showtime Medical, Ready TV, Power Aid, Pure National Ice, Hotel Four Seasons, KLS Sports, ESPN FM, Jamaica Scorpions, the JCA. This was all brought to you by Juice TV and Love TV. Also aired on Scoop 100 on the Ready TV channel. We want to thank both teams, the Melbourne Cricket Club and the JDF, the teams from Kingston, for giving us a very good 2 days of cricket. Thanks to all the fans that came out to watch this cricket, and thanks again to the Jamaica Cricket Association for bringing us this very viable competition. I want to say thank you again, and from your commentators, Sean Johnson, and on behalf of Kerry Scott, have a great day, have a great Sunday evening, and see us again next year for your cricket competition.